Okay, can you check if there's a sound? I'm gonna put the radio in or something.
That you like and us, but I do
Check it sound.
not a lot of accomplishments there. I want to ask you quickly before we get back to the politics. Knicks going to break. They beat the Pacers and Hawks this week. They're playing 6-6 on the basketball. They're third in the East behind Boston and Cleveland. But Celtics coming to the Garden for the Super Bowl.
Hello? Where you
So
hanging?
anybody out there that thinks the Knicks are really good but not good enough, last Saturday proved your point.
And they lost to the Lakers the week before that. They got killed at the Garden, too. Look, here's the bottom line on the Knicks. They got a tremendous starting five. Probably the best starting five that they've had since the championship years, to be very honest with you. They have very little depth. There's no question about that. They don't always play defense and give up a lot of points. They got to win, Sid. They haven't won a championship since 1973. You can't sell me that you're going to lose in the second round of playoffs again, and we're supposed to get excited about that. Even if you get to the conference finals and you lose, it's not good enough.
So
they can win
good morning, everybody. Good morning. Like, share, subscribe.
55 games, whatever they're going to win. It all comes down to what they do in the playoffs. And, 1973 is a few years ago.
You're right. And you're right.
To win, Sid.
You're right. And the defense last night, 147 to the Hawks. It was overtime. It was a win. But I feel the same way about the Rangers. They've got one cup in 85 years. Yeah. I don't care how many goals Chris Kreider scores during the regular season. I don't care.
Right. No, I'm with you. Look, I mean, that's it. They've had the Rangers. Look, they have not exactly having a good year this year. And how about this stupid tournament thing? What is this? I mean, give me your praise.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe.
Anyway,
We're in New Jersey now. We're going to Manhattan.
But they haven't won. It's the same story there. There's no question about it.
We're going to start this football season. Well, when we start it, we'll have quarterbacks. But when was the last time, Joe Beningo, after the Super Bowl, neither New
Going to
York
Manhattan.
had a starting quarterback?
Yeah, that's unbelievable. Let me tell you this, and I'm very upset with the Jets letting Rodgers go. What kills me? This really kills me. So, they let Rodgers go because
Like, share,
he's
subscribe.
doing the McAfee show. Do you think that Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco or Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh, which is probably where he's going to wind up, one of those teams, and he'll have a great year there as well, do you think they give a damn that he's doing the McAfee show? No, I don't. This is why the Jets never win. This is why. You're right, I got to see if you get what? Kirk Cousins is going to be my quarterback? Let me tell you something. You may think I'm nuts, okay? Maybe you think I'm crazy with this. I'd sign Daniel Jones to a one-year make-good contract because I'll tell you right now, he's only 27 years old. Right. I think he's got an upside. He certainly has a chip on his shoulder. There's no doubt about that. Never played with a good offensive line.
Like, share, subscribe.
It's only a one-year make-good deal. We got to draft a quarterback.
No, I know. Go to the Giants.
That's got to happen.
Robert Gosh.
Why not if you're doing right?
Like, share, subscribe. On to the next one. On to the next one. On to
Turn right on Wall Street West.
Turn right on Wall Street West.
He's going to have a good year to get out. They'll be in the playoffs. Agreed. And we'll be stuck in wins again next year.
All right, Mets and Yankees are both in training camp. Started spring training. Very exciting. Huge expectations.
Delivery.
I think a lot of Mets fans still think they have
House in New Jersey.
Most Yankee fans feel like they lost Soto was still the best in the American League. What do
In
you think?
900 feet, use the left lane to turn left on South Service Road, Edwin L. Ward Senior Memorial Highway.
Longer contract.
South Service.
It's another one-year deal. But, it's a very good team. I'm a little concerned about the pitching staff. I got to see, Manaea, Peterson, they're going to be as good as last year. Is Senga going to stay healthy? Frankie Montas is going to start.
Use the right lane to exit right to State Route 3 East to I-95 New Jersey Turnpike toward New York City.
Waters outside of this, the Department of Education.
Yep.
How much money has she made in the 35 or 135 years she's been in government? I mean, give me a break. Because they
Got
all
the
know
new one.
that there is corrupt as possible. They all, how much money have the Democrats pocketed with the USA, with the Department of Education, with the military? We can go right on that line. I mean, Don's ready to dot an eagle line, ready to go check every one of those things out. So, they can't take it, Sid. And I love it. You know why I love it? Because keep doing what you're doing, Democrats, and you ain't going to see a lot of
In 3.3 miles, stay to the left.
Hello? Who is this? Hello? Anybody in the building? Who's calling me 4 o'clock in the morning?
Hello, this is a reminder from the Human Resources Administration. Our records show that you still have not completed your recertification interview. If you want to continue receiving benefits, you must have an interview. Please call 718-SNAP now, Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. to complete your interview. That number again is 718-SNAP now.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Right.
Trump, remember, Elise Stefanik became UN ambassador, leaving her Red Sea wide open. She was going to delay it until around September, until Trump stepped in. They had a good relationship, and he talked about maybe getting rid of the congestion pricing on the toll. I'm Brian Kilmeade. Listen to my show 10 to noon on 77 WABC. This has been the Tony Towers Foundation New York Minute. U.S. Navy Corporal and Sheriff's Officer Lori Wood endured the camaraderie of her law enforcement family and being part of something bigger than herself. One day during a drill with recruits at the academy, Lori fell from the roof of a mock village, leaving her with paraplegia. Thanks to supporters like you, Talented Towers gave Lori and her son Gavin the gift of a specially adapted mortgage-free smart home. Help heroes like Lori and their families. Just donate $11 a month to Talented Towers at teachers.org. Now is the time to get your
In half a mile, use the left 2 lanes to stay to the left.
for over 800 Fords. Like the 2024 Ford Bronco P-Fed. Lease $269 a month, 24 months, zero security, only 300 to your plan. Those are DanFordDeals.com. Dan Ford.com. What's the price? Dan Ford today. Expires 3/2/25. An American original. Talk Radio 77 WABC and WABCRadio.com. WABC New York and 107.1 WLIR-FM Hampton Bays.
Sharp curves ahead. Stay to the left to stay to
for the DOJ to drop the corruption charges against Adams has led to many wondering whether Adams might switch parties. And in some sports, former MLB stars Patrick Mahomes and John Walker will face off in the boxing ring. Barstool Sports founder Dave Portnoy announced yesterday the two have signed contracts to headline his upcoming Rough and Rowdy event. The fight will take place April 18th in Wheeling, West Virginia. The announcement comes after 54-year-old Mahomes, father of Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, and Walker were seen in confrontation on New Orleans Bourbon Street during Super Bowl week. Your forecast from the 77 WABC weather desk today, mostly cloudy, high of 45. WABC News, time 10:04, time for traffic transit. Here's Joe Nolan.
All right, Liz, from the RakeCity.com traffic desk. If you're on the Hutch northbound at East Tremont Avenue, an accident again, the one lane out of service. Eastbound on the Cross County, again, getting into the Hutch. We continue to have that left lane collision. Then eastbound on Route 80, we're slow coming up to exit 34. Again, that road surface collapse, that continues. Again, from that sinkhole, that is still there. It's still going on. And then on 280 on the westbound side at exit 8, an accident. The two right lanes are out. Built to outperform, experience the new 2025 Range Rover Velar P250 Dynamic SE at Land Rover Edison and Land Rover Marlboro Ray Cattina dealerships. Qualified buyers now get financing as low as 2.9% for up to 72 months. I'm Joe Nolan with traffic on Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Promoting free speech 24/7. This is Talk Radio 77 WABC. Every weekend, newsmakers are on 77 WABC. The Cats Roundtable, John Cantamatini with Gordon Chang.
China is furious because when Secretary Rubio was in Panama, he convinced the President Molino to not renew Panama's Belt and Road Memorandum with China.
Judge Dean Hero with Rick Grinnell.
Did this all in secret. Nobody knew. I waited on the tarmac and just kept saying, I'm not leaving until I have 6.
James Golden on Donald Trump.
Every day is like going back under the MAGA Christmas tree and opening up another present.
With Rick Derringer of the McCoys.
What the heck is a Sloopy?
It was written by Bert Burns. They lived in Cuba for a while. There was a colloquialism for young cute girls. They called them Sloopy. That's where he got the names for the song.
Listen to these minicasts and more. Download the 77 WABC minicasts. Everything you need to know in 10 minutes or less.
WABC.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
WABC.
In 1.5 miles, stay to the left to 36th Street and South.
Bobby Cust. On to the next one. On to the next one. Like, share, subscribe.
Then how to avoid ice? AOC
The Doge team has been cutting and exposing waste and fraud, and that drives Democrats crazy. The anger boiling over on the left. And it's really not at the president, it's really at Elon, which is so misplaced. Mark, does it surprise you? All the anger that Trump received over the first 4 years in every
show. This is a news organization. It's NBC News. They're presenting you the facts. They're not presenting you the facts. They're deliberately leaving out the crucial facts of the story. So today, the Prime Minister of India, Modi, is in the White House. They'll meetings with Trump. This is the fourth world leader in 3 weeks. This has never happened before in the history of the White House. There's no White House that's met 4 world leaders in 1 month in the White House. It's unheard of. Remember the first time around, the world leaders were reluctant to meet them. Now they're so they meet with Modi. Schedules over here somewhere in the afternoon. Then they'll have a long meeting, photo op. And you know, when Trump does a photo op, he'll take a lot of questions during the photo op, 20 questions. Then he'll go from that to the official press conference. That'll be 100 questions. So Joe Biden didn't answer 20 questions in the whole 4 years. Trump will answer a couple hundred a day from reporters. And it's unheard of. We've never seen this before. And things just keep happening and happening. It just never stops. It's like a whirlwind of activity in the White House. Now, I keep talking to people that are on the White House press corps. They don't like this. This is very upsetting for them. With Biden, you didn't have to do anything. Once every couple days, there'd be a photo op where you had to show up. Once every couple days, there'd be something. And then every day, there'd probably be a little White House briefing where you'd show up for half an hour in the briefing room, and that was it. Otherwise, you had the other 7 hours of the day, do whatever you want. You have lunch, you sit in your office. They all have a cubicle there, these White House correspondents. You talk on the phone. There's a nice cafeteria there. You go eat, you go out, you take a walk. You didn't have to do anything. With Trump, they can't sit down. They never get to their cubicle. They keep working all day, non-stop. It never stops. So they can't take it anymore. You know, on the campaign trail, last time around, there were a couple of days where Trump went to like 20 states in 2 days, and he had like 14 rallies a day. And at one point they came to him and said, "Sir, you gotta lighten up the schedule. It's too much on the schedule." And he said, "No, I'm fine. I'm fine." They said, "No, you don't understand. You're wearing out the Secret Service. They can't keep up with this. You gotta give them some rest. They can't do this." I mean, these guys are 35 and they couldn't keep up with them. So Modi today, that'll be a lot to do with trade and tariffs. Now, before there's a meeting with a world leader, obviously there's a lot of discussion about what they'll go over with the guy. There's also a piece of paper right in front of Trump during a meeting with a world leader that lists exactly what the tariffs are, the trade deficit, the exact trade problems we have with them. So that'll come up today. Now, think about this. Vice President Harris really didn't do anything. If you checked her schedule, it was nothing. Once a week, she was scheduled at lunch with Joe Biden, and apparently most of the time that didn't occur. Sometimes it happened, not every week. But that was it. Maybe once a week there was something on the schedule. And it's usually just to take a picture with the Girl Scouts, say hello to, shake hands with the governor. It was nothing. There was no schedule. And there was no not to come into the office. It's basically a no-show job. Now, everything is different now. Vance is being utilized like crazy. Vance and Rubio, they're together right now. They're in high-level talks. They've been negotiating with Israel, they've been negotiating with Russia. Usually a vice president is not given this kind of important work, but in this case, he's doing it. Trump has said that he's been negotiating an end to the war in Ukraine. This is going to be very upsetting to the deep state, to the establishment. Not just Democrats, Republicans too. They don't want this war to end. This is massive contracts, defense contracts, hundreds of billions of dollars in contracts to pass out to big donors, special interests. They don't want this to end. That's why you might be saying, well, Trump has been talking to Putin. He's just got on the phone with Putin. He's meeting with Zelensky. He's trying to negotiate a stuff. Why didn't Biden do this? Again, it's hundreds of billions of dollars in contracts to hand out. A lot of people in the Congress, Republicans, Republicans and Democrats not going to be happy about this. Trump has been on the phone with Putin. They've had a number of calls. Yesterday they talked for an hour.
We had a great call, and it lasted for a long time, over an hour. This morning, I also had with President Zelensky a very good call after that.
Yeah, now Trump does this all day, his entire life. He's been doing this for 50 years, negotiating high-level deals. So the first round is you talk to each person separately, you get to know everything about their side of the argument, what it is they're looking for, both sides. Then, next round, you start floating things to each side. You go back and forth on this until it eventually will get to the point where you all can be in the same room and you can all meet. They're going to have a series of meetings. He's already said he'll meet with Putin, he'll meet with Zelensky. Putin, he will come to Moscow to see Putin. Putin will come to the White House to see him. First meeting, neutral ground, Saudi Arabia. That's their idea, neutral. But they'll meet there, and eventually they'll figure this out. Shouldn't take too long. I would guess a couple of weeks to figure this out.
I think we're on the way to getting peace. I think President Putin wants peace, and President Zelensky wants peace.
Yeah, now Putin wants this over. It's not that he loves peace. It's just he's lost 1 million soldiers. It's draining his budget. It's costing him a fortune. Also makes him look bad. It really looks bad. You remember before all of this, we always thought, when you thought of the Russian army, you just trembled. It was the most incredible fighting force in the world. Then they finally have a war with a little ragtag Ukrainian army, and they can't win. You actually watched them in battle and been stunned. We never realized the Russian army was so low tech. They don't even have night vision. Their tanks are antiquated. The tires blow out. Their troops aren't trained. They don't fight in formation. They don't know what they're doing. So he wants it over. Now, the other thing you do, both sides have demands. Some of them are just unreasonable, so you have to get rid of those. For instance, Ukraine wants to be in NATO. Not going to happen, but he's going to have to work that out slowly.
Long before President Putin, they said there's no way they'd allow that. This has been going on for many, many years. They've been saying that for a long time, that Ukraine cannot go into NATO. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's not like this.
The United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement.
Yeah, so the other fight will be over territory. It's, Ukraine's position. They want all the territory back. Well, that's not going to happen either. But they'll work out something in the middle. And they always say the most successful deal is where each side thinks the other side got a better deal. So Trump will get to that. Figure a few weeks for this, and they'll start winding it down. So Hamas said, that's it, no more hostages released. Now Trump said all hell will break loose. Which is basically saying he's going to give the green light to Israel to do anything and everything militarily, anything they want to do. Hamas has backed down from that position. They will continue releasing hostages. Now, he wants them all released by Saturday. We'll see. But looks pretty good. So we'll get to Mayor Adams. He met with Tom Homan yesterday. We'll get to that meeting coming up. The Department of Justice, Pam Bondi, is suing Letitia James and Alvin Bragg. These are these two terrible law enforcement people. Bragg is the awful DA, the crazy DA who lets all the criminals loose, does not believe it. Literally, the first day in office, sent out a memo, don't put people in jail. He said, we will not seek carceral sentences. He doesn't believe in putting criminals in jail. Letitia James is supposed to be a crime fighter, the Attorney General of New York. Instead, she's targeting Donald Trump with some ridiculous things, overvaluing your apartment. The appeals court about to throw that all out. One appeals judge saying, has anybody in the history of the world ever been charged with this? And the Letitia James lawyer had to say, no, sir. Just a ridiculous charge. So he's going to sue Bragg and Hochul, and he's got a pretty good case against them. They're not enforcing the immigration laws. They're claiming they got their own laws, but it is a fact that federal law supersedes the local law. So he is going to go after them. Pam Bondi is going after them. Hochul jumped in to defend them, so now she's getting sued too. Kathy Hochul got so mad she announced she's canceling canceling her meeting with Donald Trump. Do you think Donald Trump cares about? Do you think he? I mean, you know what a chore that is? To spend 10 minutes on the phone with Kathy Hochul. It's not. I mean, I've met her a few times. If you have to stand there and talk to her for a minute, it's kind of painful. It's like, you know, and I don't know why Donald Trump wanted this job. You know, he was in New York. He was in Mar-a-Lago. You sit there, it's like the most glamorous, gorgeous place. Celebrities are coming in, you're having fun, you're playing. Who the hell wants to give that up and do this job? Today he's meeting with the Prime Minister of India for 2 hours. Would you like to spend 2 hours with the Prime Minister of India? No. What the hell are you going to talk to him about? And then you want to be on the phone with Putin for an hour? Who wants to talk to Putin for an hour? Anyway, Paul McCartney, he's been doing these secret little concerts all over New York. 2 or 3 of them. There may be one tomorrow night. There's just little venues, 500 people. Now, apparently, he's told people it's a rehearsal. He's on the big Saturday Night Live 50th anniversary show. Sunday night live from Radio City, he's going to perform. So these are rehearsals. Yesterday, the little tiny venues, but he had a lot of celebrities there. He had Jerry Seinfeld, he had Stevie Van Zandt, John Hamm, a whole bunch of people. Said the audience was very, very young. But the way he does these concerts, they'll announce it on TikTok at noon, and you got to immediately run down, get in line, and by 12:15 the tickets are gone. So that's why you get a younger audience. If you're announcing it on TikTok and you got to run right over and stand in line forever, that's a younger audience. You know, the CEO audience, the 60-year-old, they're not watching TikTok every second, and they're not running down to the Bowie Ballroom at 12 noon to get some tickets. So that's why you get a much younger crowd for that. Also, he does these for a low price. You want to see McCartney, Madison Square Garden's $500, $2,000. The little ballroom, Bowery Ballroom, $50. So that's why you get the younger crowd. Anyway, we've got a lot to get to today. We'll get to Elon Musk, too. We'll get to... hey, by the way, if you get a text about your Easy Pass, I've gotten a few of these. You all get a text. Your Easy Pass has unpaid tolls on it, and this text warns you. It's a scam. Don't react to it. Just delete it, block it immediately. Easy Pass warning, and everybody. They do not send text messages to anybody ever. So I've gotten 2 or 3 of those in the last few days. You get that Easy Pass text, delete it. It's not real. They don't text ever. Hey, check out we'll take some calls in a minute. 800-321-0710 is the number. Check out the webpage. We have a great video up there. The fake news is going nuts now because they don't, Trump's moving so fast. They can't think of lies fast enough to keep up with them. So watch this. It's Anderson Cooper, and he's trying to do that threat to democracy, and it's not working. The guest is smarter than he is and is out arguing him. Watch Anderson Cooper lose his cool. He just loses his cool and gets a little vulgar on the air. Take a look at this. Hey, also watch this. There's a great motivational speech by Tom Brady. If you love Tom Brady, he explains what it takes to be a Tom Brady. Take a look. It's all up on the webpage. Go to 710WOR.com/Mark. 710WOR.com/Mark.
Travis and Buck Sexton. We've got a pattern now. American power is back. We're not going to apologize. Trump threatens tariff with Mexico. Mexico case. This is so unprecedented. Clay Travis and Buck Sexton. Weekdays at noon on 710 WOR.
I love PC Richard & Son. I've been a customer for so long. They're local. They're family-owned. They care about their customers. Big President's Day sale. It's so great that we asked Greg Richard to tell us all about it.
Thanks, Mark. You know, every day of the year, PC Richard & Son guarantees to have the lowest price. But this sale is incredible. Now we're giving you up to 40% off appliances with up to $1,000 in additional savings. Plus, we have huge savings on computers, televisions. We have mattresses starting at $99 with huge savings in the entire department. Plus, you get fast and free delivery, free installation offers, and financing offers. No need to wait. There's never been a better time to buy a PC Richard & Son. Shop local, support local.
Well, there you go. PC Richard & Son's President's Day sale. It's going on now. Don't miss it.
Free delivery excludes Manhattan.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where TurboTax experts can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund, so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guaranteed. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
At City Harvest, we believe no New Yorker has to go hungry. With your help, we're on the road 365 days a year, rescuing over 77 million pounds of nutritious food and delivering it free to millions of New Yorkers, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles. Rallying thousands of New Yorkers to power a network of nourishment across our city. One day, one meal, and one New Yorker at a time. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
When he's not on WOR, he's on your phone or smart speaker. Pick your device and tell it to play the Mark Simone podcast anytime.
Invite Health invites you to their President's Day sale going on now. Buy 2 bottles of any Invite Health products and receive 40% off retail. Call 800-632-0572. That's 800-632-0572. Or go to invitehealth.com to take advantage of the sale today. Try Immunity HX, Probiotic HX, and Energy HX to support your immunity, gut health, and give yourself a boost to keep active this time of year. Call or go online to speak to their certified nutritionist or schedule a free consultation. Check out and visit any of their retail locations at invitehealth.com. The Invite Health President's Day sale. Buy 2 products, get 40% off retail for this limited time. Call 800-632-0572. That's 800-632-0572. Or go to invitehealth.com to take advantage of 40% off retail when you buy any 2 Invite Health products. Get healthy, stay healthy with Invite Health. Go to invitehealth.com today.
Whether you're tackling a do-it-yourself project or looking for expert advice on home repairs, don't miss At Home with Gary Sullivan every Sunday afternoon from 3 to 5 on 710 WOR for all the tips and tricks you need to get the job done right. From plumbing to painting and everything in between, Gary's your go-to guy for all things home improvement. Don't miss out on making your home the best it can be with At Home with Gary Sullivan. Sunday afternoons from 3 to 5 only on 710 WOR.
Gentlemen, the suit is now smarter than ever. You can now have the best of both worlds, comfort and performance. The Van Heusen Comfort Performance suit is perfect for the office, weddings, or any formal events on your calendar, featuring wrinkle-resistant fabric and enhanced stretch for maximum mobility. It ensures you stay comfortable and polished all day. Plus, it's machine washable for easy care. Look sharp in a variety of colors, all at a great price. Shop Van Heusen's Comfort Performance suits at JCPenney or online at jcpenney.com.
In a world where every second counts, bird flu is spreading nationwide, driving up egg prices. iHeartRadio has one podcast that keeps you informed. 24/7 News. The latest. Today's latest news every hour in just 4 minutes. Rex Heuermann's case is being adjourned again. Be the first to know.
President Trump has sent a loud and clear message.
iHeartRadio's 24/7 News. The latest. Open the free iHeart app and listen now.
Remembering Jimmy Carter, 39th president, living to 100, first president treated with radio surgery. Dr. Lederman, first to perform body radio surgery in America. First and first. Why a president chooses radio surgery for cancer treatment. Same reason as our patients. Well tolerated, highly effective where we attack cancer, outpatient, proven over decades, no cutting, no bleeding. Learn from Dr. Lederman, first with body radio surgery, thousands treated, high success and high quality of life commonly. Meet Dr. Lederman. Call 212 Choices. Most insurances, Medicare, Medicaid accepted. 1384 Broadway in Manhattan. Learn what President Carter knew. Call Dr. Lederman, 212 Choices, 212 Choices. Dr. Lederman believes you're president of your body. For new or recurrent cancers, call Dr. Lederman, 212 Choices, 212 Choices. First president and first physician, Dr. Lederman.
Mark Simone.
On 710 WOR. Okay, we'll take some calls. 800-321-0710 is the number. Let's go to Steve in White Plains. Steve, how you doing?
Good morning, Mark Simone.
Yes.
You had a guest on yesterday that you were talking about the Kennedy assassination.
You sound like a radio guy. Did you ever do radio?
Yeah, you asked me that the last time I called.
Oh.
I did radio for about 30 years, in fact.
See? You sound like it. Where did you do this?
all over the country. You know the radio business. You have to, you move, and then you move again. And, you know, so like 5 different cities across the U.S.
So you're sort of like a combination DJ and a fugitive. You're like David Jansen.
That's a great point. Yeah. So this gentleman you had on yesterday was saying everybody knows that Lee Harvey Oswald wasn't the lone assassin, and I completely, wholeheartedly disagree with that. There's quite a few people. There has been no evidence brought forth by anybody, which is why I'm puzzled by that congresswoman in Florida coming out and saying, well, it looks like there were 2 shooters. There's no evidence that anybody has brought forth in 16 years saying unequivocally this is multiple shooter situation, conspiracy. I actually spent most of my life, and I've been studying this since I was a kid, and I lived in Dallas. I spent plenty of time in Dealey Plaza. But I spent most of my life believing that there was a conspiracy with multiple shooters, and I ended up changing my mind. One of the reasons I did that was because of modern forensic technology.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Good point.
We've been able to prove, Mark,
that there's that software
came from
there was software invented a few years ago that can analyze blood splatter and everything. It showed that it was the single shooter. It was Oswald. Hey, by the way, there's 2 things. If you've ever been to Dealey Plaza, and I've actually stood in that window, when you see the picture, it looks like it's a big, long shot. It is so short, the distance from that window to the car. It's really short. If you stand in the window, you'd be shot. Other thing, 1968. I think you can find this up on YouTube. CBS did the best test ever. They took the exact rifle. They got the same car and had travel at the same speed. They put a dummy of Kennedy in it. They created exactly the same height window, everything, and they tried about 12 different people to see if they could duplicate the 3 shots that Oswald made. Half of them did it faster and more accurate, half of them not. They tried all different bits, so it wasn't a difficult shot at all. And also, you got to start like the police would. You got to start with the evidence right there on the ground. You had the greatest reporters in the world right there, 10 feet from Kennedy. You had Robert McNeil, you had Jim Lehrer, you had Bob Schieffer. Dan Rather was right there. I won't count him, but Robert McNeil said he doesn't even know why. He was right behind in the car behind. He didn't know why, but as soon as the shots were fired, I guess he saw people looking at the grassy knoll. He jumped out of the car, ran to the grassy knoll, jumped over the wall, looked, and there was nothing there for miles. It was just empty land, train tracks. There was nothing there, and a lot of cops went over that wall with him. There was nothing there. I know why people want to believe the conspiracy. And hey, we could be wrong. It could have been a massive conspiracy. And I don't know who put Oswald there. Might have been a huge conspiracy to put Oswald there, just like in Butler, Pennsylvania. Who knows who put that kid on the rooftop? And a lot of times when you want to take out somebody, you find a local nut assassin and you bring him in. So it could be something like that. Let's go to Frank in Arizona. Frank, how you doing?
Good morning, Mark. Mark, when you talk about government waste, when I was younger and I lived in New Jersey, I worked for the city. At the end of the year, whatever money they had left over in their budget, they had to spend. And I mean, it was like junk, you know. And I was saying, why couldn't they take that money and put it into a fund, do something with it? Every municipality.
My dear love, Sally Scarpio, Dave E. How you doing? Mia. Yeah, Mia, how you doing? I'm over here, Mia. Coming? Here now, come downstairs. How you doing, Mia? You in the building? Yeah, I'm over here now. זה מי אפל. Like, share, subscribe. Me, I'm over here now. Coming. Where's Mia? Mamma Mia. Where's Mamma Mia? Yeah, this Mia. Yes. Mia, like Mamma Mia. Okay. Let's see where you're going. Washington Square, downtown. That's the NYU area. Sure.
mean, my head is still spinning around. It's been quite a 20 days or so since Trump came into office, and every day it's a new surprise, revelation, a new act to try to get our economy running again. It's really quite spectacular.
All right, but I'm begging you guys, slow it down. Like, you're wearing the
I know, me too. You know, I mean, I've always, you know this because you know Trump very well, and I've gotten to know him pretty well too. The guy only sleeps, 5 hours a night, so, he's up at 5 in the morning, he goes till midnight, and he doesn't stop. It's really amazing. Now, there was a story today I wanted to bring to your attention, in case you haven't seen it, because the story just broke within the last few hours. Did you see the story in the New York Post that the Zeldin, who runs the DEA, has found $20 billion, not 20 million, $20 billion of money that the Biden administration shoved out the door just days before Trump came into office. $20 billion. All that money is going to be left wing climate activist groups. It's basically the left is all funded with taxpayer dollars. But $20 billion, that's like 200 Heritage Foundation. It's unbelievable. It's just money to their cronies.
you were planning on last year that all the money they spent on this climate change fight, they basically have accomplished nothing, right? They haven't moved the needle at all.
Yeah, they have not. Just to punctuate that point, when Trump came into office, we were getting about 81% of our energy from fossil fuels. And you know what that number is today? 80%. So we spent $100 billion, we moved the needle from 81% to 80%. So it's made no difference whatsoever. It's just padded the wallets of these left-wing activists. And so I really hope that Lee Zeldin can be successful and basically demand these groups to give the money back to the taxpayers.
Wow. Hey, now tell me if I'm right here. If Musk is successful, finds $1 trillion to cut out of the federal budget, we could then lower federal taxes dramatically, right?
So this is such a big deal, and it's what I've been spending most of my time on. Think about this. You got a president who now has, 54% approval rating. He's out there as he's ever been. He won the House, the Senate, the White House. He won the state legislative races. I mean, it was a big landslide for Trump. The American people want this tax bill done. We've got a mandate from the voters to do it. If we don't do it, the average taxpayer pays $3,000 a year more in taxes. I mean, I could go on and on. So, now, what the hell is Congress waiting for? Why is it taking them so long to get all we have to do is let them vote up or down? Yes, we want to extend the contract that they've been incredibly successful. They've helped the middle class, they've helped our businesses, they've helped our corporations to create more jobs, and they're just done with that. So I have to say, I'm so frustrated with Congress right now because just do it, get it done.
Well, you gotta remember,
funds are being used to house illegal migrants in luxury hotels. Lander says the feds haven't been extraordinary prices to house migrants. He's calling on the mayor to immediately take legal action to ensure the money is returned. Kristen Marks, WOR News. Mayor Eric Adams, Democrat, has reportedly talked with influential Republicans and about possible paths to running for re-election as a Republican.
The Times reports Adams spoke with Mike Rendino, the chairman of the Bronx Republican Party. Rendino says Adams asked about how he could run on the GOP line as he seeks re-election this year. The report says Adams had also considered paths that would let him run as a Republican and a Democrat. The conversations timed with recent movement from the Justice Department on Adams' still pending corruption charges. The Times also says Adams spoke with Manhattan GOP Chair Andrea Kaplan-Akitas, so it's not known if that talk was also election-related. Andrew Whitman, WOR News.
Adams says he is running as a Democrat. Authorities are alerting drivers about a new Easy Pass scam that's emerged since the Manhattan congestion pricing tolling program went into effect in early January.
Authorities say scammers have sent official-looking text messages to people claiming they have unpaid toll invoices and that they need to pay up or face excessive late fees. There's also links attached to these messages, and some of them reference NY toll services. Authorities are urging folks not to click on any links. Easy Pass New York says it never asked customers to click on a link to pay for tolls. I'm Scott Pringle, WOR News.
And a New Jersey man is suing a Connecticut-based safari tour operator after his wife was attacked and killed in front of him by a hippo in Africa. In the lawsuit, Craig Manders claims the tour operator was negligent in failing to keep his wife, Lisa, safe. The 70-year-old mother of three from Cranford was killed last year after being trampled by a wild hippo during a safari in Zambia, which is run by a Connecticut company called African Portfolio. Manders said he and his wife were unwittingly exposed to such danger when they were allowed to be so close to hippopotamus on foot and left without any protection. The company's lawyer claims his client is only responsible for organizing tours and not what goes on during the trip. Natalie Migliori, WOR News. And some big names are resigning from the Kennedy Center after Donald Trump put himself in charge. The president recently named himself chair of the National Culture Center after firing the previous chairman, the president of the center, and board of trustees members who were not appointed by him. Now other members are resigning, including TV producer Shonda Rhimes and musician Ben Folds. Your WOR Weather Channel forecast is coming up next.
Lamps of Paris Technical Park. You know, the 800 people.
You been here before?
Yes.
Anyone here is good?
Yeah, yes, fine. Thank you.
Okay. God bless. You have a good day. Don't forget anything. Mamma mia, baba, mamma mia, baba, baba. Mamma mia. Something in Washington Square. It's something in Washington Square. What is this? Mamma mia, baba, Alexa, where's my coffee? Alexa, wake up. Mamma mia, baba, nina. Mamma mia, mamma mia. Really? Good morning, really. Good morning. Really is in the building. Representative. Good morning, baby. Really. All the gangsters. All the gangsters in the building. Good morning.
For hotel rooms for the migrants, you know, the Roosevelt Hotel, all those deals. When you book a lot of hotel rooms, okay, let's say you're gonna have a wedding, so you call the hotel. I like to get 20 rooms, a block of rooms. Whenever you do a lot of rooms, they'll give you a really good rate. You don't pay the regular rate. Also, all the big corporations, they get a very low rate. You know, if you go to the fanciest hotel, you want to stay at the Four Seasons, $1,500 a night. Whoa. But if you're the corporation booking the room, it's $400 a night. You get the corporate rate because you book so many rooms a year. Now, in the case of this, put the migrants in hotels, these are massive deals where you book the whole hotel. We'll take every room in the hotel for a year. Well, now then you must get an amazing rate. Well, in this case, this is FEMA. They paid double the normal rate. It should have been like 1/3 the price. But instead of negotiating like everybody else does, they paid double the normal rate. $80 million per hotel. This is money out of our paychecks. $80 million for the illegals to stay in hotels. So not only did they uncover this, but they've clawed the money back. They've gotten the money back from the hotel. Musk and Trump are now demanding that Reuters and these news organizations give back the money they took. It turns out the Biden administration was paying off news organizations. Politico got at least $8 million, some say $20 million. Reuters, $9 million. AP, which went totally corrupt years ago. Associated Press, losing their the briefings put into the back because they've been so corrupt. They're not a news organization. They've been twisting, slanting, bending the news. They were getting paid off. They were getting millions from the Biden administration. The New York Times was taking money paid to them by the Biden administration, which they never acknowledged. None of these organizations ever acknowledged they were accepting money from the Biden administration.
No.
The politicians are fuming over this.
Don't let me down. No.
Republicans in Congress, in the Senate, in the bureaucracy, in the swamp, Democrat, Republican, they call it the Uniparty because they're all in on this. They don't want this stuff exposed. This is how they stay in power. They hand out massive contracts, multi-zillion-dollar contracts.
No.
And if it's infrastructure, construction, everybody is told you can overcharge us by 10,000%, we'll pay it. And in exchange for that, they get massive donations to their campaigns. They get votes guaranteed. So Musk and Trump are destroying their entire business model. This is serious stuff for them.
No.
Stepping on the third rail. So they're fuming. They're trying to get rid of Musk. They're trying to stop this. They don't know what to do. Here's crazy Bernie Sanders.
What these guys, the oligarchs and the billionaires want to do is cut program after program, including education, in order to give massive tax breaks to the very richest people in this country.
Now, sounds good. It riles up the MSNBC crowd, but they're not looking to cut education. They're looking to improve education by not wasting all the money. And the tax breaks, well, that'll be pretty simple. If you cut $1 trillion out of the budget, you can right there lower taxes 30%. Also, if you cut $1 trillion out of the budget, you're lowering the deficit. But Sanders, they're all told to use these words. There's a conference call every morning. They give them new words, but they're all told to say oligarchs. This is their standard play. This is play number 7 in the playbook. You make up a term, a fake boogeyman to terrorize everybody with. You know, every cycle they have one of these. Once it was the Tea Party. The Tea Party is coming. The Tea Party was like a bunch of old people with picket signs. I remember one year it was the alt-right. You had to be terrified of the alt-right. I have no idea what the alt-right was. Nobody even knows. Then one year it was QAnon. You're supposed to be terrified of QAnon. QAnon is some chat group on the internet. Last time around is white supremacists. And in the debate, when they said, name a white supremacist, Biden picked the Proud Boys. Well, if you look at the leader of the Proud Boys, who was the president, he was just released from prison. Have you seen his picture? He's not white. He's black. How's that a white supremacist group? It doesn't make much sense. So now it's the oligarchs. You're supposed to be afraid of the oligarchs. The oligarchs. Bernie Sanders. He's a guy with literally 4 mansions. 4 mansions. Driving around in a Mercedes telling you, watch out for those oligarchs. But he's trying to scare everybody.
Privatize Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and the Veterans Administration and public education.
Now, see, this is the problem. They'll run that clip on the NBC Nightly News and Lester Holt and company, all those networks. They will never jump in and say, by the way, President Trump has made it clear none of this will touch Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid at all. None of this will affect that. None of this. They're totally exempt from any of this. But those oligarchs,
What these guys, the oligarchs, and the
billionaires, they say Musk is trying to enrich himself. I think about this. Right now, you got the 2 biggest people on earth. Trump, the most powerful man in the world, and Musk, the richest man in the history of the world, both working for you for free, looking to identify waste and fraud in the government. They've been at it about 20 minutes. They already found $100 million in waste in 20 minutes. Originally, he said he could find $1 trillion in waste and cut it out of the budget. I guarantee it's going to be $2 trillion in waste. People love this. Everybody is for this. Everybody, Republicans, Democrats in government, have been telling you for 50 years they'll get rid of the waste, the fraud, the bloat. Now that somebody's actually going to do it, they're in panic. They're going nuts. What are they supposed to do? This is what they do for a living, hand out these contracts. They know they're overpaid. They know it. They know it actually only costs $40,000 a mile to pave the highway. But they pay $1 million a mile because it gets them donations and votes and all of that stuff. So it's an amazing thing. You got to remember also, people are starting to see the difference, obvious difference between Trump and Biden. You remember Biden? Once every month he'd show up for 10 minutes and bump into the walls and he could barely talk. Trump nonstop all day and night. He's answering 1,000 questions a day from reporters. He's holding a briefing every 2 seconds. He's signing another. Every time he does something big, we get an email. It comes from the office of the. Let me see if I have one here. Anytime there's a big meeting, a big executive order, a big something, sign here it is. The Office of Communications from the Commander-in-Chief. You get this email telling you what he just did. If it's a big accomplishment, or a big meeting, or a big executive. I get like 50 of these a day. Who the hell has time to read all these? Imagine having to do all these things. So, and everybody loves what he's doing. You got to remember, when you get a Biden and a Trump, people see the difference. It has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. Just the average person looks at Biden, and they realize this is a politician. They look at Trump, love him or hate him, they see he's a straight talker. Just a straight talker. It's a real guy talking from his heart, from his head, from his gut, straight talk. And historically, people always choose the straight talker over the professional politician. So, and remember, Trump's not a politician. He has none of those skills. That's why he says these crazy things. They're not crazy. You're not supposed to talk like that. You're not supposed he says what the guy in the bar would say, what average, normal people would say in that situation. But the politician has that false formality that he puts on in public, and he's very diplomatic. You know who everybody loves is the press secretary, Caroline Levitt. Comes from the world of talk radio. She worked for Howie Carr, producer for him, screener, fill-in host, talk radio host. But she's only 27. Imagine that, 27 as the White House press secretary. And she's great.
The king would much prefer that the Palestinians stay in place,
with the additional land to be used for new development, which would greatly create jobs at levels never seen before. But the president feels it would be much better and more majestic.
Imagine Karine Jean, whatever the hell they're trying to explain all this.
The Russian who will be returning home very soon, Alexander Vinnik, was a non-violent crypto.
Yeah, that's the, in exchange for the prisoner we got back, we had to release this Russian prisoner that we were holding. He was a crypto guy, but it is believed he funded arms deals. But it's a good trade. Trump got that American being held there for years released. It didn't take long. It was pretty quick. It's a very touching story. He's in Butler, Pennsylvania. About a half hour before he got shot, he met the mother who told him the story of her son being in prison for years in Russia just over a little marijuana. He was very touched. Trump's a very compassionate guy. I know you're not supposed to say that, but he is. And he was really touched by the story. He said, I'll get your son back if I'm elected. I promise you I'll get your son back. Half hour later, he gets shot in the head. His ear, part of his ear torn off. But he never forgot that conversation. And third week in office, gets the kid back. 4 years of Biden, never even tried, never even mentioned it. But Carolyn Levitt, the press secretary.
We believe that the injunctions that have been issued by these judges have no basis in the law and have no grounds, and we will...
Yeah, they're trying to stop all the cuts, getting rid of the waste and the fraud and the bloat. And they've got some left-wing judges they dug up to block all this. But every time it goes to a real court, a real judge, the judge rules in Trump's favor, so it's back on.
District court judges in liberal districts across the country are abusing their power to unilaterally block President Trump's basic executive authority. We believe these judges are acting as judicial activists rather than honest...
Sometimes people say, wouldn't you like to be the White House press secretary? No. Who the hell wants to stand there for an hour and talk about this all day? No. Hey, the good thing is, there's a lot of fake news out there. They just time you, lie to you. Some lie to you, just out and out lie to you. They make up stories about Trump. Remember the bloodbath and all the fake stories. Or a lot of times they just don't tell you the full story. They give you half the facts, leave out the other half. So if you're really fake news, you're not getting a seat right up front in the press conference anymore. You're getting moved to the back. And Caroline Levitt loves to tell them off right to their face.
Many outlets in this room have been fear-mongering the American people into believing there is a constitutional crisis taking place here at the White House. I've been hearing those words a lot lately. But in fact, the real constitutional crisis is taking place within our judicial branch, where district court judges in liberal districts across the country are abusing their power to unilaterally block President Trump's basic executive authority.
Yeah, now it's a threat to democracy. It's a threat to bureaucracy is what it really is. That's why they're upset. And they're also yelling, screaming, the Kennedy Center. You know, the Kennedy Center got out of control. They got, like, drag shows going on in the Kennedy Center. He was supposed to do that. So he got rid of the board, the president, the director, and put in a new board. He's made himself chairman. Rick Grinnell, I think, is actually going to be the president. So he's appointed. Here's the new board of directors. Kennedy Center. If you watch the fake news, it's all of it. These are the worst people. Let me see. Pam Bondi, or she's the Attorney General of the United States. Elaine Chao, very, very fine woman, former cabinet secretary. She's the wife of Mitch McConnell. All right, that's a good establishment, swamp creature. That's perfect. Amelia Fanjul, she's from the Fanjul family. They're zillionaires in Cuban sugarcane business. Pamela Gross, she's a nice person. Kind of a society housewife, doesn't do much. But that's who you put on the board of the museum of the opera. Lee Greenwood's on the board, okay. Mindy Levine, she's very good. That's Randy Levine's wife, the president of the New York Yankees. She's good at that. Allison Lutnick, that's Howard Lutnick's wife. But if you go to the Metropolitan Museum, the opera, the ballet, that's who's on the board. The wives of billionaires, these sort of people. Andrea Wynn, Steve Wynn's wife, Susie Wiles. That's a good board. It's as good a board as the one before. It's just fine. I was talking yesterday about when you go to a new doctor, they're text crazy. And I got so much reaction to this. Everybody said, it drives you nuts. They call this doctor, I make an appointment. Tuesday, February 28th. Okay, thank you. I hang up. Boom, my text is going up. Your appointment is Tuesday, February 28th. Every day I get a text reminding me, non-stop. You got them too. 1,000 texts. Then, the day of the appointment, the appointment is today. and as I'm walking there, boom, 14 texts, and I check in, with the receptionist. You just checked in, I get a text. Then, when you go to the doctor, examines you, everything's fine, you're great, okay, thanks, come back in a year. Okay, thank you. I walk out. Before I even can press the button on the elevator, I'm getting a text. Let us know how your appointment was, because you have time to take this survey. It goes nuts. Now, here's the other half of it. You go to the doctor, you get some blood tests, you get whatever you get, and then they give you the bill, you walk out, you pay the bill, and you're done, you go home. You think you're done. About 4 weeks later, you get a bill from the lab. You owe $22.11. Okay, done. Something could have bled. Now, that's it, pay the bill, done. About 4 weeks later, you get another bill from another lab, then another lab. Every 2 seconds, you get a bill from a lab. You owe $3.14. You owe $2.09. What the hell is this? Anyway, hey, we'll take some calls in a minute. Check out the web page. Got a lot of great stuff up there. So you can't argue that these budget cuts are wrong. It's waste, fraud, bloat. It's awful. Awful. Oh, by the way, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. just confirmed. He made it. He's confirmed. But these budget cuts are what everybody wants. But so Anderson Cooper, fake news guy, he's losing the argument. Watch him lose his cool right on the air, live on TV. Gets a little vulgar there. So take a look at that. Hey, also, Tom Brady, here's a great motivational speech. You want to be a GOAT? Watch this speech. It's all up on the webpage. Go to 710WOR.com/Mark. 710WOR.com/Mark.
Mark Simone. You know what he thinks. Tell him what you think on 710-WOR. 800-321-0710. 800-321-0710. DOJ sues New York over sanctuary laws. Local Trump meeting canceled. Hamas will release hostages Saturday. You need clarity. You need 710-WOR. News updates twice an hour all day and breaking news when it happens. The voices you trust. Larry Minty, Mark Simone, Clay and Bach, Hannity, Jesse Kelly, John Batchelor. Eminently qualified to keep you connected. The voice of New York is 710-WOR.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantee. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Make time this weekend for stories that celebrate the spirit of America. From heartwarming personal tales to fascinating historical accounts, Lee Habib brings you the voices and experiences that shape our nation on Our American Stories. Sundays from 5 till 7 on 710-WOR. Feel the joy, the tears, and the triumphs that make us who we are. Our American Stories. Storytelling at its finest. Sundays from 5 till 7 on 710-WOR. This is the WOR Movie Minute with film critic Joe Newmeyer.
Hollywood superhero flicks have the change to survive, but they don't always take flight, as we see this weekend with Captain America: Brave New World. This new Marvel movie shows the shield and title once carried by Steve Rogers going to Sam Wilson, played by Anthony Mackie. And he was once the Falcon, and now President Thunderbolt Ross, played by Harrison Ford, has plans for him. But Ross has a weird history with the Avengers, and thanks to gamma ray pills from a mad scientist, Ross becomes a red-skinned version of the Hulk to fight Captain America and his new sidekick. The big problem with Brave New World is it involves characters we don't care about and references a Hulk movie from 16 years ago. Mackie is fine, but has none of the charisma of Chris Evans, and this Cap has no good backstory. Ford's always cool, but he looks kind of embarrassed to be here. Captain America: Brave New World gets 2 stars, but doesn't earn its stripes. With the WOR Movie Minute, I'm Joe Newmeyer.
Invite Health invites you to their President's Day sale going on now. Buy 2 bottles of any Invite Health products and receive 40% off retail. Call 800-632-0572. That's 800-632-0572. Or go to invitehealth.com to take advantage of the sale today. Try Immunity HX, Probiotic HX, and Energy HX to support your immunity, gut health, and give yourself a a boost to keep active this time of year. Call or go online to speak to their certified nutritionist or schedule a free consultation. Check out and visit any of their retail locations at InviteHealth.com. The Invite Health President's Day sale. Buy 2 products, get 40% off retail for this limited time. Call 800-632-0572. That's 800-632-0572. Or go to InviteHealth.com to take advantage of 40% off retail when you buy any 2 Invite Health products. Get healthy, stay healthy with Invite Health. Go to InviteHealth.com today.
Death is never convenient. For 24 years, Plaza Jewish Community Chapel has been a pillar of care for families across Metro New York and beyond, 24 hours a day. Rooted in Jewish values, we're here to serve with transparency and compassion. We're more than a funeral chapel. Plaza is community-owned and dedicated to supporting you at every step of life's journey. From pre-planning arrangements to providing bereavement support groups, we ensure you never face loss alone. At Plaza, we understand that everyone will need our services at some point. Planning ahead means making thoughtful decisions, and we're here to guide you. Visit plazajewish.org or call 212-769-4400 to learn more. Don't wait. Plan ahead today. Plaza Jewish Community Chapel, serving our community with heart and tradition for 24 years.
Tune in to 710 WOR, Sundays from 10:30 to 11 for The Laws of Your Money with Anne Margaret Carrozza. A weekly call-in with legal tips to help you protect your money. The Laws of Your Money with Anne Margaret on Sundays at 10:30 a.m. or found on all major podcast carriers.
Clearly, you've heard of Future Health. And if you haven't, well, get with it. They are it when it comes to weight loss. You know Ozempic, right? Semaglutide, those GLP-1s everyone's talking about? Well, Future Health makes it easier than ever to connect with doctors who specialize in them. Because let's be real, meds plus movement plus better eating, that's the winning combo to weight loss. Oh, and here's the best part. Future Health gives millions access to affordable weight loss meds for less than $3 a day. You just take a quick 3-minute survey, and if approved, boom, your meds are delivered right to your door within 24 hours. Oh, and they've got over 6,000 doctors and pharmacies nationwide. So, yeah, they know what they're doing. Take the first step. Go to tryfh.com. That's tryfh.com. And find out if weight loss meds are right for you in just 3 minutes. That's tryfh.com.
For cancer treatment, standard chemo radiation surgery often fail or toxic. Reasons why Dr. Liederman is first in America with non-invasive radiosurgery cancer treatment. No cutting, no bleeding. High success where Dr. Liederman attacks cancer. Thousands treated over decades. Searching it before Broadway. Most insurances, Medicare, Medicaid accepted. Meet Dr. Liederman for new or recurrent cancers. Most experienced, Dr. Liederman. Call 212 Choices, 212 Choices.
710 WOR.
Let's take some calls. Let's go to Chris in Manhattan. Chris, how you doing?
I'm good, thanks, Mark. Hope you're doing well, too. Listen, was Putin, Trump said that Putin was going to come to the United States and that Trump was going to go to Russia. Putin's a war criminal. He's not allowed in certain countries. Are we just going to overlook that?
Well, you can say the thing about Netanyahu. He's been declared a war criminal by the World Court. But he can't.
Oh, but I thought we were... Isn't there like a war after his arrest?
You got to... Yeah, there's no same thing with Netanyahu.
This for jail, yeah?
Yes, thank you. Head to your drop-off at Brasserie Fouquet's. Let's take Leroy Street, Manhattan. Arrival time on this route is similar to West 11th Street, Manhattan. In 800 feet, turn right on 5th Avenue.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
mentioned that for the last few years, when you get a blood test, they actually charge you now an extra fee for just taking the needle out of the package and sticking the syringe in your vein. They call it venous puncture. And when you look at it, seniors, look at your insurance claims when you come in, you'll actually see it. Mark, what I wanted to talk about is, when I have to go to Italy, I always get better than the corporate rate. I never pay the regular rate when I go to Italy.
Different. That's the Vincent rate. Who knows what?
I call in the middle of the night, and everything is arranged. And
it's like when Uncle Junior went to Atlantic City. They're waiting for him right in the lobby, take him right to the suite.
I never paid a corporate rate, Mark. And here's another thing about hotels in New York that most people don't know. And when the out-of-towners come and they rent a room, or the people from abroad
Turn right on 5th Avenue.
There's a 35% hotel tax in addition to the regular sales tax. 35%.
In 700 feet,
And
turn right on
as
West
of 2
9th
years
Street.
ago, on the rental cars, in addition to the sales tax, there's a 10% car rental tax. And I know this because when I went to pick up a rental car, and I've been going to this place for years, I told the guy, I says, what the hell is this fee here? He says, it's a new New York city charge. 10% is called the car rental tax.
So that's true. They were yell about the oil companies. When you pay $3-4 for gas, $3 of that is tax. They should get like 3 cents of them. Anyway, Vincent, we gotta do the news. Great.
Turn right on West 9th Street.
When we come back, Jake Novak will be with us next on 710 WOR. By the way, Bobby Kennedy just confirmed. Let's get the latest news. Here's Jacqueline Carl.
Good morning. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is being confirmed as the head of the Department of Health and Human Services. Meanwhile, President Trump's pick for FBI Director Taj Patel made it through a procedural vote by Senate Judiciary Committee, and we'll see his nomination head to the floor.
In a quarter of a mile, stay to the left to 7th Avenue South.
Our Tom Homan today at ICE headquarters in New York City.
Holman is reportedly not happy over what he feels is a lack of action out of New York when it comes to the Trump administration continuing its crackdown on illegal immigration. New York police are allowed to help ICE in arresting
Hazard reported ahead. In 1,000 feet, stay to the left.
For more cooperation to track down those in the city illegally, and that could test the city's sanctuary laws. Mayor Adams has made it clear he wants to work with the Trump administration when it comes to tracking down violent offenders. I'm Scott Pringle, WOR News.
Next news at noon, bulletins at 1. Wake up with Menti in the morning, 6 till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. I'm Jacqueline Coral on 710 WOR.
I'm meteorologist Jeff Marr with your WOR forecast from the Weather Channel. Rain related this afternoon behind the front. It will be windy as well with a high of 47. Things varying tonight with a low dipping into
Stay to the left to 7th Avenue South.
Friday with a high of 35. Early snow will mix with rain into Saturday afternoon with a high in the upper 30s. All rain Sunday with a high of 51. Right now,
In 400 feet, turn left on 7th Avenue South.
This report is sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help you troubleshoot the
Turn left on 7th Avenue South.
check engine light for free and help you save time and money down the road. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
In 900 feet, turn right on Leroy Street.
Know about air traffic control. It's a very difficult job. Untold quantities of people have died because of the focus on diversity. And if it's not stopped, more will. Jesse Kelly, weeknights at 6 on 710 WOR.
This week's Marketers Report, Corey Marchesotto, CMO of Elf Beauty, partner of iHeart Women's Sports, talks about partnerships.
I see brands as antennas. So we send out the elf signal, and what comes back is people who want to be a part of this story. Why are we partnering with iHeart? Because we want to advance women in sports.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. For better results for everybody,
Turn right on Leroy Street.
iHeartAdvertising.com.
Washington Street.
Man in the Arena. Hear powerful stories of courage, perseverance, and lives saved. Catch new episodes Sunday at noon on 710 WOR. Anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today by calling 844-844-iHeart. That's 844-844-iHeart.
Keep Mark Simone close by for whenever you need him. Get the Mark Simone podcast at 710WOR.com/podcast.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy. Like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Get ready for Mentor Mayhem. Let's go! Fox tonight. Gordon Ramsay's next level chef returns with chefs competing in a 3-level kitchen gauntlet.
Kitchen stop.
For Mentor's Richard and Night show, the secret ingredient to winning is sabotage.
Team and Alliance.
Gordon will never expect that the season premiere of Next Level Chef, followed by a new animal control and joint Dutch. It all starts tonight at 8 on Fox 5. Whether you're just getting started or you're already on the run, it's never too early to know what's going on.
Developing story that everybody's talking about.
Watch Good Day New York. Stay updated on the biggest stories. The city camp continues.
Turn left on Washington Street.
Today's top newsmakers.
What brought you to that point?
Plus, be weather ready with Mike Wood. So no matter where you are, Good Day's there for you. Join Rosanna Scotto and Kurt Menefee weekday mornings at 7.
In a quarter of a mile. Turn left on Spring Street.
Now smarter than ever. You can now have the best of both worlds, comfort and performance. The Van Heusen Comfort Performance suit is perfect for the office, weddings, or any formal events on your calendar, featuring wrinkle-resistant fabric and enhanced stretch for maximum mobility. It ensures you stay comfortable and polished all day. Plus, it's machine washable for easy care. Look sharp in a variety of colors, all at a great price. Shop Van Heusen's Comfort Performance suits at JCPenney or online at jcpenney.com.
In 1,000 feet. Turn left.
Your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns. The IRS has green-lighted millions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiative. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to
Turn left on Spring Street.
by dialing 800-832-0535. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA
In 400
to get your free
feet.
tax assessment
Turn right on
what you
Renwick
qualify
Street.
for by dialing 800-832-0535. 800-832-0535. That's 800-832-0535.
Favorite station, preset. Favorite artist, preset. Favorite podcast, preset.
We know you're loving the new preset feature on the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Feed now, along with even more great features. It's everything you love about your car radio in the palm of your hand.
Parents and caregivers, New York City offers a free supervised program for kids 11 to 17. It's a place to go to play sports, socialize, coach at an elite level, and eat. The city-funded program, nearly 140 gyms, open to all boroughs on Saturday night. Take your kids this Saturday. Find the list of gyms by searching Saturday Night Lights NYC on your phone now. NYC is delivering for you every day, everywhere.
It's 4 of March.
The Mark Simone Show.
On WOR.
Well, Jake Novak, the great host of his own show now on Real America's Voice every morning.
Turn right on Renwick Street.
Great columnist, and make sure you follow him on Twitter. It's Jake NY at Twitter. Even better, Substack.
In 500 feet. Turn right on Canal Street. Then turn left.
Novak, how you doing?
All good, okay?
turn left on Greenwich Street. In 400 feet, turn right on Dave Ross Street.
It's a bumpy road. Never fixed.
Turn right on Dave Ross Street.
Anyone here?
Yeah, it's gonna be this first entrance over here on the right.
You've arrived at your destination.
Also, the Democrats themselves, the only thing they've been able to even show up for is
Thank you. Have a good day. Good
Thank
luck.
you so much.
You're welcome. Take care. Just watch this one car. Okay, now he's okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
if you ask them just, what do you think about giving your tax money to a foreign country, they don't like it. I think it probably falls in the negative 80% percentage level. It's a done deal for them to die.
Now, Jake Novak, you have the best Israel intel insight. When Trump says noon Saturday or all hell breaks loose, what's going to happen?
Well, we've got some breaking news today. So a rocket, it's been a while since a rocket was fired out of Gaza onto Israel. You know, it used to be a very daily occurrence. It's been a while because the Israelis have really knocked out their ability to do so, at least accurately. There was a rocket fired from Gaza. It was one of the many rockets during the course of the usual history that landed in Gaza.
This call may be recorded for quality assurance. We have a special promotion today for select callers. If you are over 50, please press 1 now. If not, press 2.
So clearly there are people within Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad who...
If you are over 50, please press 1 now. If not, press 2. Hello and congratulations. Just for calling today, we're offering you a free medical alert device. You know, it's the little life-saving button you can wear around your neck in case of an emergency. These devices are often very expensive, so press 1 now to take advantage of this special offer and enjoy the peace of mind that comes with 24/7 support. Don't wait. Press 1 now or remain on the line for additional options. Again, press 1 now to claim your free device or remain on the line for additional options.
Will be returned that won't be in an even worse physical condition. It's going to be even more shocking tomorrow.
If you are currently enrolled in Medicare Part A and Part B and want to review your plan options, which may include additional plan benefits, and check your eligibility for the enrollment period, please press 1 now. If you have Medicare Part A and Part B for your health insurance, or if you are new to Medicare, aging in, losing coverage, or on Medicare but have recently moved and are interested in learning about the plan options, which may include additional plan benefits, press 1 now to review Medicare Advantage plans that may be available in your area, or remain on the line for additional offers unrelated to Medicare. Again, press 1 now to speak to a licensed insurance agent. And check your eligibility for
it's going to hold because not only will be outrage on the Israeli side, but more importantly, there's people within Hamas who know that once the hostages are released, they have absolutely no more cards to play, so they're willing to go down. Fighting, at least they think it's
calling the New York City Department of Social Services. Please listen carefully as our menu options have changed. For English, press 1 en español. If you have applied for benefits or already have a case, you can get information without waiting.
They were very supportive of President Trump, and they have no problem complying with their end of that. When they say
warning. The information you are about to access is confidential and may only be accessed by individuals lawfully authorized to do so. To help us...
As Biden was leaving office, we found out more and more about the restrictions. You know, you and I mostly thought it was about telling them not to go to certain places and slow walking to the west. But it was more than that. There were many different tactics that the Israelis were being told they couldn't do by the U.S. administration. And it really, I mean, it's not just a guess based on their relationship. Based on the way that the Israelis accepted the deal after Trump was elected and things like that, in office, I should say, leads me to believe that they've been very much assured by the Trump administration that there will be no holds barred on them. And by the way, that is the most humane thing to do. Israel and the world, but mostly Israel, has been pulling off the Band-Aids slowly on this problem for decades and decades and decades, and then putting it back on a little bit and then tearing it. I mean, this time to rip off this Band-Aid, it's not only the best way to end it quickly, but it's also the most humane thing
understood that when you lose a war, you lose land. And you don't just need it. I'm not just changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. People were pushed out of their land if they decided to back a war, and if their government backed a war. And then, yes, I mean, this is a normal result of lost wars. And this is a population that hasn't lost its right to fight, hasn't lost its right to some percent of but it has forfeited their right to that land. We got New York, there's a lot of people in New York City listening to this. I understand that you think that public housing is always lawful and stuff like that, but if you commit a crime, a serious crime, in a public housing unit in New York, even with crazy administration, you get evicted. That's how it works. And that's what's happening with us. We should be living in a public housing market that we own, Mark. I got news for everyone. We own us, right? The American public has just taxpayers $40 trillion into bonds. We own it.
Visiting www.ebtedge.com or by calling the toll-free EBT customer service line at 1-888-328-6399. Then you can submit a request to replace your benefits by visiting www.nyc.gov/HRA.
800-632-0572. That's 800-632-0572. Or go to invitehealth.com to take advantage of 40% off retail when you buy any two Invite Health
Have you
products.
used Access HRA or the Access HRA mobile app to manage your case? In addition to applying or recertifying for benefits, you can use Access HRA to request cash assistance case changes and special benefits for emergencies, check the status of your case, view your EBT balances, and any benefits issued for your case. View notices HRA sent you, see the documents HRA received from you, update your contact information, complete your SNAP periodic report. The Access HRA mobile app also lets you submit photos of documents requested by HRA. Visit www.nyc.gov/accesshra to get started.
Call 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or BigLou.com.
My name is Kyle Tequila, host of the shockingly true crime podcast, Cook County. I got recruited into the mob when I was 17 years old.
People are dying. Isn't it doing this every night?
Kenny was a Chicago firefighter who lived in secret double life with a mafia hitman, a wife and 2 children. Nobody knew anything. He was a crazy man. He was my father, and I had no idea about any of this until now. Listen to Cook County and America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and search Cook County to start listening. Turn the buzz. GLP-1s like Ozempic and semaglutide are changing weight loss, and Future Health is giving something to you. Future Health connects you with doctors who specialize in these meds, because meds plus movement plus better eating, that's the key. So go to tryfh.com and take a quick 3-minute survey. If approved, your meds arrive tomorrow. Yeah, find out if weight loss meds are right for you in just 3 minutes at tryfh.com.
Hosted by Anne Margaret Carosa. Join us every Sunday morning from 10:30 to 11 on 710 WOR. This weekly call-in show offers invaluable legal tips to help you protect your money. Get direct advice on safeguarding your finances from Anne Margaret Carosa and on the iHeart Podcast Network.
Did you know that IDNYC is the premier government-issued municipal ID in the country? Never had an IDNYC? Join the over 1.5 million IDNYC cardholders who take advantage of the many free memberships at cultural institutions, along with the many discount partners to save money on groceries, fitness, and so much more. Already have an IDNYC? Renewals are now easier and faster. Renew your card today to continue enjoying the benefits and discounts you received when you first got your card. Visit www.nyc.gov/IDNYC or call 311 and say IDNYC for more information.
Remembering Jimmy Carter, WN's president, living to 100, first president of Sirius Radio Surgery. Dr. Lederman, first to perform body radio surgery in America. First and first. Why a president chooses radio surgery for cancer treatment. Same reason as our patients. While tolerating highly effective early attack cancer, outpatient, proven over decades, no cutting, no bleeding. Those are Dr. Lederman, first in body radio surgery. Thousands treated, high success and high quality of life commonly. Meet Dr. Lederman. Call 212 Choices. Most expensive Medicare, Medicaid accepted. 1384 Broadway in Manhattan. Literally President Carter knew. Call Dr. Lederman. 212 Choices. 212 Choices. Dr. Lederman believes you're president of your body. For new or recurrent cancers, call Dr. Lederman. 212 Choices. 212 Choices. First president and first physician. Dr. Lederman. Hey, we're out of time. Buck and Clay are coming up next. I'll be back tomorrow, 7 to noon. I'll talk to them on 710 WOR. My favorite station, WOR. It really keeps me connected to what's going on in New York. Always the voice of New York. 710 WOR.
between the ages of 18 and 64 who are income eligible may qualify for a half-price transit fare using the FareFares New York City discount. Go to nyc.gov/access fare fares to apply.
Bondi says the lawsuit goes after a New York law that bans police from asking about immigration status during traffic stops and for allowing undocumented people to get driver licenses.
They're giving a green light to any illegal alien in New York where law enforcement officers cannot check their identity and pull them over.
The local association Express calls a worthless publicity-driven lawsuit to be a failure. New York's Attorney General Letitia James says the law protects the rights of all New Yorkers and keeps communities safe. I'm Scott Pigo, WORD.
Mayor Adams reached out to meet with the president. Borders are Tom Homan. Yes, Dave's after the Department of Justice dropped corruption charges against Mayor Adams. The Democrat is talking immigration with federal authorities. This means over isn't holding it against him.
Yes, we got to stick with him. But we can't wait for him with under indictment enough. That business will go take place regardless of what.
Borders are Tom Homan says he wanted Mayor Adams to have the NYPD help round up and deport violent illegal migrants. Natalie Migliori, WORD. And one of the arrested the woman of an Lower East Side man's body was found in a suitcase held in the East River. Police allege 6 years away an argument over food with Edwin Echevarria before killing and possessing dismembering him. Police found the suitcase with parts of Echevaria's body inside the river near Governor's Island last Wednesday. Elaine charged with
Thank you for your patience while you wait to speak with an agent. We value your opinion and may ask you to take part in a quick 4-question survey at the end of your call. Callers are randomly selected to take part in the survey. After speaking with an agent, please stay on the line to see if you were selected to tell us about the help you got today. Your feedback can help us make your next experience better.
government employees. The president has directed Musk and his team to significantly cut staffing and limit hiring across all federal agencies.
We have to make our government more efficient, more effective, and a lot less expensive.
The White House closing its buyout offer to some 2 million federal workers, with the choice to resign now or run the risk of being fired. Trump told me this week the Americans who opted in will be paid. As correspondent Rachel Scott, after the release of higher than expected consumer price numbers yesterday, 2 more important economic indicators are out today. And a few hundred fans have the chance to catch a surprise show by a former Beatle.
Paul McCartney gave just a one-day notice when he announced he was playing Tuesday night at the Bowery Ballroom, which has capacity of only 600. Tickets were available only at the box office, and not surprisingly, they sold out quickly. He returned to the venue Wednesday night
Effective Monday, February 3rd, 2025, the Common Benefit Identification Card, CBIC, Electronic Benefits Transfer, EBT, Services Office will be relocating to 785 Atlantic Avenue, Brooklyn, New York, 11238. For travel directions, call 511. For more information about EBT cards, please visit www.nyc.gov/HRA. If you would like us to call you back when it is your turn, rather than staying on hold, please press 1. If not, please continue to hold. If you would like us to call you back using the phone number you called from, press 1. If you would like us, the phone number we will call you back at is 646240995. If this phone number is correct, press 1. To enter, we will call you back at the number you specified. Goodbye.
You can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Entering Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantee. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Here's your WOR Weather Channel forecast as the front moves out. Rain will taper off into this afternoon with gusty winds out of the west at a high in the mid to upper 40s. And clearing tonight with a low down to 29. Sunny, breezy, and colder tomorrow, the high 35. Snow develops early Saturday and mixes with rain during the afternoon with a high in the upper 30s. The water coming in at 51. Meteorologist Jeff Maher.
39 degrees at 12:05, McHugh's at 12:30, Rollins at 1. Wake up with Menti in the morning, 6 till 10 tomorrow morning. I'm Liz Warner on 710 WOR.
WOR has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword at 710WOR.com. Bills. That's Bill. Enter it now at 710WOR.com. $1,000 in your hand on WOR. 710 WOR presents the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton Show. Sponsored by Radio Surgery New York. Innovative cancer care at 1384 Broadway. Call 212-CHOICES. Welcome to the Thursday edition of the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton Show, also known as Clay and Buck. Too many. Got a lot to discuss with you. The big breaking news that just happened moments ago. RFK Jr. is now your HHS secretary. That's right, cabinet official. A lot of stuff going on with the HHS and the MAHA movement, or MAHA? Yes, that's how we say it. Make America Healthy Again. I see a lot of moms with hats and t-shirts across America already. Make America Healthy Again. RFK Jr. got through. I know for a lot of you that's very, very exciting. Also, we know that Tulsi Gabbard, with all things Botox, all things steroids, said no, you can see him. He definitely uses Botox and steroid now. He's 70 years old. The other thing is, when he was giving testimony at the confirmation hearings, when it was getting very contentious, if you notice, he had that little slice of chew in his mouth, chewing tobacco.
That's right, and no free advertising, so we won't mention the brand, but it's not a smokeless tobacco, because it's not actually tobacco, they're nicotine pouches. But look, that's a healthy alternative to smoking and dipping.
Okay, so you have been an advocate for him, along with Frank Morano, for a long time.
Oh, I wasn't as eyes on his candidacy as Frank Morano was.
Right, but what are the things you like that he's going to be bringing to the former position that was held by Dr. Fauci?
Well, I think more than anything, you have to like that this is a guy who's anti the influence of big pharma on social health, right? In other words, pharmaceuticals and the drug research that's involved and all the different vaccines and the medicines and all that can be very positive, and there's a lot of reasons to support that. But it shouldn't be the only factor in terms of making decisions for public policy, passing laws. Of course, we saw during COVID the kind of problematic relationship between big pharma and lawmakers, and everybody had to take a shot. So I'm very interested in having somebody in that position who's not just going to be pushing for what the paymasters want.
And as you know, for a long time, he was associated with a lot of folks, including my older sister, a leader who believed that vaccines, children's vaccines, could potentially lead to these increased cases of autism amongst young boys.
Well, let's just be fair that we really still don't know that much about what causes autism, and there has been an increase, whether it's just the observed rate of it in the last 30 years or it's actually happening more. And there's some people who feel that some patients may suffer certain reactions based on the schedule of the vaccine. It's not really the vaccine themselves, it's just you do it too often, you do it too young, boom, 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 boom. I'm saying that's the theory. I'm not saying I know anything exactly. Don't call me a conspiracy theorist. But there's questions, and it's okay to ask questions. That's science.
But isn't it interesting that the guy that he questioned with his book at the time was like considered the premier doctor in all of America, Dr. Fauci? His whole book, R.F. Kennedy Jr.'s book, was dedicated to knocking down every point that Dr. Fauci said, and he was proven to be true on almost all of them.
Well, it's very upsetting for you personally, because you don't like when a Brooklyn guy like that is attacked.
Well, remember, Dr. Fauci was the son of a pharmacist in Bensonhurst who went to Regis High School, the prestigious Jesuit high school. They don't have a football team, so they're not prestigious, but they're brainiacs. And he was considered America's doctor since Ronald Reagan. And it was RFK Jr. and Rand Paul
who just started to knock down every point that Dr. Fauci was making, that we now see in the aftermath and Paul were correct on most of those questions in which they were being shut down. Remember, at that time, Zuckerberg, when he was in the camp of Biden, in the Democratic camp, he was actually banning their publishing. They was banning any questionings that there was of Dr. Fauci by not only Rand Paul, Senator of Kentucky, but also Robert K. Jr.
Yeah, he was the sainted Fauci throughout COVID, no question about it. But look, the situation with Fauci is interesting because it connects to some of the spending, USAID, what are we doing with some of this research around the world, and why is taxpayer money being spent on this? Is this really in our best interest, or is it just kind of some special interest thing? That's interesting. Also, just going back to RFK Jr., I'll mention he's been very consistent in being critical of seed oils and their use in processed foods. We know we have a problem in the United States with all this processed food, and kids are heavier than ever, and it's partially due to the lack of physical activity, but it's the food as well. And so we need to know more about that, the processed foods in general. And then also, I know you like this one, looking into the impact of fluoride in the...
That's right. Well, see, when I was a kid, what they did was a very radical right-wing group at the time, the John Birch Society, would give out literature that said, because it was starting to put fluoride in the water, in your water supply, to fight cavities. Well, that was a big problem. You get cavities, and a lot of people didn't have toothpaste initially. They would actually brush their teeth with Arm & Hammer baking soda.
Okay, I mean, I've heard that could be effective.
Right, that was the remedy. But Dennis was saying you really should have fluoride in the water supply, and that became the movement across America. The John Birch Society not only stood and said that was a communist plot to take over America, but that the outgoing president, Dwight T. Eisenhower, was actually a communist. Well, it was actually getting a lot of traction. There were a lot of people who said you cannot put fluoride in the water. It's clear RFK Jr. wants to sort of analyze what are the levels of fluoride in the water. He's not saying there shouldn't be any fluoride. He's saying there's too much fluoride, because already we have fluoride in our toothpaste, which you didn't originally have. So I'm open for that discussion. But boy, he has opened up a can of worms beyond fluoride. He's taken on Elon Musk. Over what issue?
No.
Ozempic. Ozempic, which is the rage. The shot that people who have diabetes have been taking, and it's been a great remedy for maintaining their diabetes without it consuming their life, forcing them to basically lose limbs, to lose their balance, to lose their ability to function. But Ozempic is being used now as a weight loss drug.
Right.
Elon Musk is using it. See how good he looks? Remember before he had the...
you're impressed with his physique.
But one thing about Elon Musk, he tells you the drugs he's using, Ozempic. RFK Jr. would like to do away with Ozempic for uses other than diabetes.
Oh, see, that's interesting. I wasn't
Oh, yeah, restricted. And I'm telling you, how many people...
I assume with Gobi or the other ones, too, he wants to restrict.
Yeah. But Ozempic leads the parade, and there are all these drugs now, and soon it'll be a generic drug. So that the person with the patent...
What's his objection to the drugs?
I know, he just says that Big Pharma, with all their advertisements on TV, forcing doctors to prescribe to patients things they don't need. I agree with him on that.
I mean, again, it kind of connects back to the whole issue of being a little bit anti-Big Pharma, saying shouldn't we look at the food supply first in terms of what is leading to aspects of obesity, as opposed to just saying, time for another shot, time for another pill,
But he had taken on Elon Musk over Ozempic. I mean, remember, he's promoting it, he's using it, he talks about it.
He said that he's looking good, so so he doesn't need it anymore.
Yeah, but they're saying there could be some ramifications down the line. Now, the other thing is when he was in Silicon Valley, when he was pro-Democrat, remember where he was hanging out with Zuck and all the Democrats, they admit to having parties with Molly, ecstasy, all kind of mood-elevating drugs. They've acknowledged that.
All right.
He admits that he's had some problems in terms of his mood alteration, that he's been on pharmaceutical products. So he's big on Big Pharma. Big on Big Pharma. Elon Musk, and he's got a lot of weight in the Trump administration. And his RFK was just confirmed today. He said, you may not see these commercials on TV any longer that are promoting pharmaceutical drugs from Big Pharma. Because they come at you in droves, and it makes billions of dollars for the network. He may ban that. And he may ban the use
becomes Ozempic, you know, that you write prescriptions for Ozempic for non-diabetes use.
Well, look, I think that there's the whole concept of a team of rivals. You know, you've heard about that, how Abraham Lincoln had people from the other party come into his cabinet, a lot of healthy debate, a lot of healthy disagreement that led to internal strength. I think that's what's maybe going to happen here. You're going to have RFK Jr. pushing for the holistic and super healthy life that way, and then Elon Musk saying, no.
You know what this reminds me of? Cain and Abel. They're outcasts. They're outliers. They're not accepted by the mainstream.
Right.
And they are brothers in solidarity.
And they have family members, maybe in Elon Musk.
His kids who don't like him, but and his wife. Some of his wives said, you know, I hate Elon Musk. So you have the same thing with Robert Kennedy. Every one of his siblings, every one of his extended family members, led by Caroline Kennedy, who stood there, remember, the John Kennedy Jr. when the casket passed by after the assassination of President JFK. We all remember that. Who viciously went on video right before Robert F. Kennedy Jr. had to go through that tough confirmation process and like leveled him. Now, I never liked RFK Jr., but I always felt, wait a second, you're bringing up the
Wait
fact
for phone
that he
call
was on
from
heroin for 4
Snap.
years. Yes, he was. He was busted on a felony conviction for selling. You know, he had other personal problems. All the things that are personal problems. Come on, right? But she almost like took this as a mission. I have to make sure that my cousin never becomes in charge of the health decisions in America.
Well, I mean, it's like they say, don't go against the family, but I guess in the Kennedy sense, it's really not just the family, it's more so the party.
They never did that before. They never did. Kennedys always circled the wagons. You remember with Ted Kennedy, Jefferson? I mean, oh God, that was horrible. They all circled the wagons. They've always circled the wagons. This is the first time that the Kennedy who was considered the black sheep had criticism from every living family Kennedy member who actually went out on the campaign trail and vilified him when he was running as an independent candidate for the presidency. I don't know how that affects your head, you know. I'm lucky I have a united family, 2 sisters. My parents are no longer with me, but extended family members, you know, it's a tight family.
Yeah.
What does that do to your psyche when every member of your family, the most internationally famous American family, is close to you and revealing secrets about your life that really has no bearing on you becoming the health czar?
Yeah, it's sad to watch from afar. You know, it's crazy what things like money and I guess in this case politics
Money.
tear families apart.
Mr.
And that's
Funny.
seen what happening with the Kennedys, but you know, I think you could take it.
Now, indirectly, because Elon Musk is a believer in ayahuasca. Definitely a believer, like Aaron Rodgers, who now will no longer be a Jet.
Right.
Remember,
Official now.
did I say when he first came on board, after he went to that Taylor Swift concert in MetLife Stadium, you know, that first year was over? Why would you go to a Taylor Swift concert before the beginning of the season? That will soften you up. 4 plays in after bringing out the American flag at MetLife, right? That horrible leg injury.
Yeah, the Achilles went, and I guess so did his tenure. Really.
What did I and Greg Kelly say? Gotta give credit to Greg Kelly.
I think you and Greg Kelly deserve credit. Have you gotten an apology yet from Joe Nolan and from Sid Rosenberg?
No, but it was really Greg who took the heat. He was the first to say, hey, look, if you're using LSD ayahuasca as a professional NFL football player, because he was promoting that. He was taking players who might be able
To be fair, Greg wouldn't like NFL football players if they were drinking milk and still on.
Money. Mr. Funny.
Yeah, he did.
ESPN was vilifying our own Greg Kelly, who did not surrender, did not retreat. He stood up, and I got to tell you, he took a lot of heat for taking on, at that time, was considered maybe one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, Aaron Rodgers.
Well, he is still one of the great quarterbacks of all time. Like, in terms of Greg Kelly, very MAGA, you're talking about kind of going against each other, and I just want to say, it might be wise for you to cozy up a little bit more for the Trump administration. Get a little closer, not so anti-MAGA, because how do you know they're not going to want to establish DOVA, Department of Vigilante Affairs?
On this 46th anniversary of the Guardian Angel, thank you for remembering
Ivermectin, it's a name you've heard of, but forget the noise. This is about access to the medications you and your family really need. If you've had trouble getting it, you're not alone. That's why you need to check out All Family Pharmacy. As a licensed pharmacy in Florida, they make it easy to get ivermectin, mebendazole, and other medications that have become far too difficult to access. They'll provide the doctor's prescription, handle the whole process, ship it right to your door. It doesn't get much easier than that. Preparedness is not a luxury these days, it's a necessity. So don't wait for the system to crash down on you. Go to their new website, allfamilypharmacy.com/bill. Use code BILL10 for 10% off your order. Be proactive, take control, make sure your family is ready for whatever comes next.
John Catsimatidis bought 77 WABC on March 1st, 2020. He said he wanted to take WABC to number one. Well, congratulations, John and Margot Catsimatidis. 77 WABC is the most listened to news talk radio station in New York City. Keep you informed and entertained 24/7. More 77 WABC listeners listen to 77 WABC more than any other radio station. Informative, entertaining, and now the most listened to news talk radio station in New York City.
Time now for the O'Reilly Update. Message of the day.
Turn right on Main Street.
Thursday, the most powerful Democrat in the country right now is Senator Chuck Schumer of New York. Being 74, he has served in the Senate for 26 years and is the minority leader. A few days ago, Schumer was caught on tape chanting, "We're gonna win," over and over. Perplexing. Democrats lost, Chuck. Didn't anyone tell you? The truth is that Mr. Schumer is foundering. He supported all of President Biden's disastrous policies. Open border, Chuck was on board. DEI can't get enough. Massive spending, love it a lot. Surrender in Afghanistan, bring it on. Massive regulations on fuel, right on, far out. So Chuck Schumer has been on the wrong side of every issue, and we haven't
Speed
even
camera
discussed
reported
his
ahead.
hometown of New York City, where thousands of violent miscreants are running wild because the progressive administration refuses to punish them. So where is Chuck on that? Nowhere. That's where he's a charter member of the Church Mouse Club, not to be confused with the Mouseketeers, although come to think of it, Chuck might try on those ears. Therefore, it is fascinating to hear the most powerful Democrat in the country yodel that he's winning. You're not, Chuck. Thank God. I'm Bill O'Reilly. I approve the message by writing it. You can reach me, Bill at BillO'Reilly.com. Bill at
You've arrived at your destination.
In town, if you wish to apply. Let's go to the mail. Alan is at Philadelphia. Greetings, Bill. What would happen if the president ignored the federal court rulings to freeze spending to support Venezuelans or fire federal workers? If a federal court rules that the president cannot do certain things, or the president does it, then the president can be arrested. That would throw the country into complete mayhem, constitutional crisis. The Supreme Court would have to impose immediate step. But you could arrest him. You gotta obey the law, even if you're president. Gary Galawan, Winnipeg, Manitoba. Hello from Canada. I'm confused as to why Mr. Trump would sanction 25% tariff on steel and aluminum imported from Canada when one of the largest producers is located in Hamilton, Ontario, and is an American company. Because that's microeconomics. President Trump's doing macroeconomics. Very confusing. Anyway, macroeconomics is the overall picture. And Mr. Trump says, we are not getting fair treatment in trade. We need a new deal. That's it. That's what he wants. He'll get it. American company doesn't enter into it. It's big. Want.
Aliyah.
From my liberal friends, and what I'm hearing is
Aliyah.
not so much about what President Trump is doing.
Aliyah la Buffalo.
Doing.
Aliyah LaBeouf. Yeah.
Hi.
This is for Aliyah.
Yeah.
Aliyah. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back, welcome back.
Speed camera ahead.
Criminals were just bored. What's up? Violence, which he reported. Just like that, your home title is stolen. Some even take out loans against your property. All of that, you know it. So I urge you to take action with home title lock. Their triple lock protection provides 24/7 monitoring, alerts, and an expert team that will restore your title if what happened. And no extra cost. Heading into 2025, Home Title Lock is offering an exclusive 25% off their protection plan. Please go. HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code BILL25. Get 25% off your subscription and a free title history report to ensure you are not always HomeTitleLock.com. Promo code BILL25.
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on Clarkson Street. Speed bumps ahead. Turn left on Clarkson Street. In 900 feet, use the left lane to stay to the left to Clarkson Street. Use the left lane to stay to the left to Clarkson Street. In 500 feet, turn left on Bedford Street. Turn left on Bedford Street.
Oh, here is good. It's a red light now.
Yeah.
They say on the left side. You going to a restaurant?
Yeah, it's called the Grey Dog, but
Over there on the left side, you see a cross?
oh yeah, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Grey Dog. And we are going to the Grey Dog. Grey Dog. Because grilled chicken salad. WABC. WABC. Movies, Law and Order. Where's my falafel?
meetings took place at the Federal Building down in Foley Square. Tom Homan, the border czar, and in control of ICE and Immigration and Naturalization Service, had a sit-down with the Republican members of the City Council, the Common Sense Caucus, a few of the Democrats, to discuss what had transpired since he had come to meet with Eric Adams at Gracie Mansion, which was, well, just about almost 2 months ago. It was December 17th of 2024, in which Eric Adams, the swagger man with a plan to avoid going to jail, pledged to Tom Homan at that time that he would do everything conceivably possible to help ICE as they were sweeping off 5 borough streets of the really worst hombres, the men and women who may have committed crimes here that were involved in violence, robbery, and then those that may have committed crimes in their country of origin, but it was never vetted out at the border, and they would be grabbed up and sent back. That was the commitment. Look at how far we've come, ladies and gentlemen. Before Tom Homan was rehired with the election of Donald Trump as President of the United States, the person in charge of the Department of Homeland Security, Mayorkas, and his deputies were allowing for a massive flood coming into our country unchecked. And remember, Kristi Noem, who has replaced him, former governor of South Dakota, has said no, 1,000 times no. We're not going to do that anymore. But a year ago, there was a hearing in City Hall, and I've played this cut many times, because it indicated that without cooperation with ICE, the federal agency that was established right after the attack in 9/11, just 2 years afterwards, and this group was meant as federal agents to go after people who had overstayed their visas, whether it was vacation or work-related, who had come into the country illegally, or who had gone for a federal hearing about their immigration status. And the federal judge really didn't have to go back, gave them a few days to get their personal affairs in order, and then they just disappeared. And then, of course, there was the terrorist list, the terrorist watch list, that continues to grow and grow as we make more and more enemies around the world. This is a year ago, City Council hearing. Robert Holden, Democratic councilman from Middle Village, from Mashpit, is questioning our entire police department's leadership of the NYPD about why you're not even plugging in a computer for the terrorist watch list into the NYPD computer to keep us out of harm's way, because they're target number one.
Deputy Commissioner Grover, you said you don't share information with ICE at all. We are not permitted to do anything, particularly in the world of civil.
It continues to grow and grow as we make more and more enemies around the world. This is a year ago City Council hearing. Robert Holden, Democratic councilman from Middle Village, from Glen.
He did say there were some executive orders to get us back to Rikers Island, get us officers to at least help us with public safety checks. Those significant criminals, and he also committed to help finding the missing children that were trapped into the country. Since then, I've seen no action. However, last night he reached out to me and said, these officers are ready. So, I made a call this morning. I haven't got a response, but I will communicate with him today. I need to know what's happening. Actions are louder than words. I appreciate his commitment, but we got to know how we're going to get this done. And if you can't get it done, ICE is there today, and we're going to be there tomorrow. We'll be there next year. We're going to do our job. It'd be much easier if we could work with the NYPD to get these people while they're in Rikers Island before they're released back into the community, because it's safer for the community, it's safer for the agents, of course, and it's safer for the air. So I'll be reaching out to Mayor Adams. I already did. I'll reach out to him again. I guess I ought to come back up there and find out what the hell's going on.
And he did. And he was there today. Now, that was back on January 28th when Sid was doing his show before a live audience right here in Studio 77. Holman was upset. So today he was at the federal building, Foley Square, at ICE headquarters. He had in the Republican council people, I think he had in the Common Cause Caucus, the additional Democrats, discussing from their point of view what has been done. And I'm sure they were saying, not much, Tom. And then he had to sit down with Eric Adams for a half hour. And when the mayor came out of that session, he had no comments for the media, which is, he's got to really buckle down, and he's got to tell everybody, hey, we're working with ICE. He can't do what he's done with us for 3 years, the pivot and shift. He cannot do that with Tom Holman. And he cannot do that with Donald Trump, because they hold a Damocles sword over his head. In fact, Pam Bondi, the new Attorney General of the United States, head of the Justice Department, is very clear about Eric Adams' legal status, but did not go into the details that she knows, and we already know that they can re-indict him and retry him at any time if he doesn't cooperate in dealing with the illegal, violent aliens that ICE needs the NYPD to cooperate with them in order to remove from our streets and deport back to their country of origin.
I know our acting DAG, Emil Bove, has spoken to her, and Chad Mizell may have spoken to her, but that case should be dropped. It was done at the directive of Emil, so that case should be dropped. I did not know that it had not been dropped yet, but I will certainly look into that.
I see Attorney General Pam Bondi, she's talking about who's head of the Southern District is Sassoon. She may resign rather than go before the judge, the federal Judge Ho, and say we're dismissing the charges against Eric Adams, because it is a very strong case of political corruption. It's called straw donor. The judge, Judge Ho, may decide, no, you can't dismiss this case, because it is very credible. You have witnesses that are preparing to testify that have already pled guilty to the crimes of engaging with straw donors, which is using foreign money from Turkey to get an 8-to-1 match when Eric Adams ran against me. This all happened in the summer of 2021 when he ran against me. And then what is unsaid, and Bill O'Reilly, Justin Eller, couldn't have been more hopelessly wrong when he told Sid this morning that Bragg could not indict Eric Adams on these same charges. He just did that to Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon was charged originally by the feds with bilking investors who he had convinced, along with others, to complete the building of the wall once Donald Trump had left office. 3 of those individuals were found guilty or took a plea bargain and are in jail. Bannon was given a pardon by then outgoing President Donald Trump. Bragg re-indicted him just the other day with Arthur Aidala as his attorney. He accepted a plea, a guilty plea. No jail time. Bragg picked up that case. And I'm telling you, they are salivating at the Manhattan DA's office now that Eric Adams has become MAGA Eric, and he wants that notch on his belt to be continued. Man, the plot thickens here.
at WABC. It's the Rip and Read. Featuring Curtis Lewa. Talk Radio 77 WABC.
1, 2, 3, 4.
On the weekend, comes out to play. Start your weekend music experience. Saturday at 5 p.m. with Vinny Madunio. Then at 6, it's Cousin Brucey's Saturday Night Rock and Roll Party. And at 10, it's Saturday Nights with Tony Orlando. Then Sunday night at 6, it's Boulevard Sundays with Sinatra. With your host, Joe Piscopo.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-579-9068. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-579-9068. That's 800-579-9068. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. Dominic Carter, City Hall.
LA's new fire commissioner, when she took the job, she was bursting with pride because of DEI.
I'm super inspired.
She took time out of her already busy schedule to tell us about her vision for the department's future, one that includes a 3-year strategic plan to increase diversity.
People ask me, what number are you looking for? So I'm not looking for a number.
Megyn Kelly teeing off on the commissioner.
Who gives a if the fire chief is gay? Who gives a flying fig about who she likes to sleep with? Can you fight the fires, madam? That's the relevant question. We don't care about your lady parts, and we don't care who you want having access to them. Can you fight fires? Can you make sure there's water in the fire hydrant?
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform. New York's home for entertaining talk. Streaming now on your smart speaker. Just say, play 77 WABC. Now to the Bernard McGurk studios of 77 WABC and Curtis Lewa.
Curtis doesn't know about you, but he rips and reads.
This is the Rip and Read.
Song dedicated to the Guardian Angels by the greatest counterculture group of all time, the Clash. Back in the early days of the 80s when we were being harassed by police, then Mayor Ed Koch hated us and the police unions wanted to put us out of business. Then eventually as we grew and we began to patrol more and more subway lines and then the streets and dealing with all the problems that the police either couldn't or wouldn't deal with, Rudy Giuliani became mayor and embraced us and turned this city around and gave us an opportunity to prove what we could do as volunteers to this city. We the sons and daughters of the blue-collar working class, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, male, and female. And we did it so successfully that we've now expanded to 13 countries. And we've been involved in over 130 cities. And as you know, in this past December 22nd, with the death by fire of Debbie Guam, that still makes me want to tear up and cry right there on the F train, 7:30 in the morning. She was homeless, a Jersey girl, like so many others who ride the trains, the homeless and the emotionally disturbed that we care for. And I ordered all the Guardian Angels in the city of New York to begin riding the trains, and not just to keep people safe, but to take care of the homeless and the emotionally disturbed who have been forsaken by administration after administration who just doesn't care. They're migrant-centric. If you're a migrant, you get everything free. You're put into a hotel. If you're a veteran, peacetime, wartime, down on your luck, or if you're a homeless New Yorker, so many are nowadays, mostly African Americans, I might add, but they've been forsaken by our elected officials. We have not done that. We've been consistent now for 46 years. We celebrate this day because nobody thought that we would last 46 days, never mind 46 years. And I've been proud to be the one who started it. I continue to pilot it, even though I have leaders all over the world who carry on the mission. And tonight, I'll be heading up on subway into the Bronx, to the Bronx County Republican headquarters of Mike Rendino and his sister, Christy Marmorato, who is the Republican councilwoman there, the 13th district. And it's assumed that I will be given their designation, their nomination as a Republican mayoral candidate. That will mean Staten Island has endorsed me, Brooklyn has endorsed me, the Bronx has endorsed me, which is so important, because that's where I started. The Guardian Angels in February 13th of 1979. With just 13 young men, later to be joined by young women, all of whom worked for me in that McDonald's, and we began patrolling the subways, the number 4 train, the Muggers Express, when I closed the restaurant on Porter Road at about 1 in the morning. By the way, that restaurant has been padlocked and closed by the McDonald's Corporation because they consider it to be unmanageable because of all the drug dealers and the drug users and the pimps and the prostitutes and the homeless and the emotionally disturbed and the chaos that took place in that restaurant. So if you pass by now, as I will later on, when I finish my meeting with the Bronx County Republicans, hopefully they will give me their mayoral nomination on a pay tribute for 46 years for the party. And I will tell you this, there's been a lot of ups and downs. A lot of ups and downs, but we've always been there for the people. You know, I call myself the people's mayor, and I do represent all the people, even those that may not vote for me or disagree with me politically, but they always know the Guardian Angels are there because we dare to kid. And this coming on the cusp of Valentine's Day,
pizza.
I have everything to be happy about with the success of the Guardian Angels and our 46th anniversary that will take place at approximately 8 o'clock this evening, hopefully when Bronx County Republicans are giving me their mayoral nomination. It'll be 46 years since. And then tomorrow with Valentine's Day, my wife Nancy, who makes this all possible, who's the absolute best, and like for all of you, Valentine's Day will be so important for you and the ones that you love, and honoring and cherishing them as I do, Nancy. I could never have achieved all these things without her throwing the lifeline to me and reaching out to me in my moments of physical despair. Remember, severe case of prostate cancer almost took my life. Fortunately, it took our colleague Bernard McGurk's life. Crohn's disease, it almost took my life. And yet because of Nancy, she was at my side through thick and thin. And so it'll be a tremendous Valentine's Day. And yet Valentine's Day is also the birthday of the guy who tried to have me killed, John Gotti Jr. He tried, but he was not successful. 5 hollow point bullets later, the gunman is recently out of jail after doing 20 years for trying to execute me. And clearly I was lucky on that morning of June 19th of 1992 in the Lower East Side of jumping out of a moving cab, where I would have been dead on arrival. And where was I going? The WABC, my home away from home. So I come full circle this week, and it has been another amazing week of broadcasting, but it doesn't get any better. Back-to-back, belly-to-belly, the 46th anniversary of the Guardian Angels, honoring Nancy, also my partner here in animal welfare. We're thinking about how John Gotti Jr. is going to be celebrating, and I can say, hey, John, you want to try again, huh?
Talk Radio 77.
You want to try again, huh?
WABC, Staten Island law firm of Julia Gentili. Chime time is 1 o'clock.
The Staten Island law firm of Julia Gentili, helping people just like you for 40 years. Walk with confidence. Call 718-816-0005 855 or visit aglawnyc.com.
WABC New York and 107.1 WLIR-FM Hampton Bays.
40 degrees, overcast skies on this Thursday, February 13th. Good afternoon, I'm James Flippin. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will lead the Department of Health and Human Services. The Senate voted 52 to 48.
Yeah, Whole Foods,
Jr., the next
exactly.
Health Secretary.
Whole Foods.
Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell was the only Republican to vote against Kennedy Jr.'s candidacy. The Department of Justice is suing New York State for not supporting for enforcing sanctuary city policies and sanctuary state policies. Yesterday, Attorney General Pam Bondi said the DOJ is taking legal action against New York Governor Kathy Hochul and other state officials over New York's resistance to the deportation of illegal immigrants. Bondi says the lawsuit goes after a New York law that bans police from asking about immigration status during traffic.
Right to any illegal alien in New York, where law enforcement officers cannot check their identity if they pull them over.
State Attorney General Tish James, named in the lawsuit, says New York's laws protect all New Yorkers and says she's prepared to battle the lawsuit in court. A baby's birth on a New York City subway yesterday morning appears to have also solved a family mystery.
Cell phone cameras were rolling as a woman gave birth to a little girl on board a southbound W train around 11:30 Wednesday morning.
Medical situation. This train is being held at the station. We're waiting for
The conductor stopped the train at the 34th Street Herald Square station for EMS. The 25-year-old mom and since last summer. Her sister, Stefania, saw the video of the birth on social media. She told The Times, "Oh my God, I'm going to cry. That's my first niece." I'm Liz Radavali for 77 WABC News.
Evacuation warnings are being issued in parts of California scarred by wildfires as a major rainstorm heads to the coast. The first wave of the storm moved in yesterday. Forecasters say the most damaging rain will hit California this afternoon and this evening. The LA Fire Department says evacuations are in effect until at least Friday in burn zones. There's the risk of mudslides, debris flows, and flood watches are also going to be in effect. Here in the tri-state, several New Jersey mayors are working with Governor Phil Murphy to enhance several wildfire response efforts. The governor says he wants to maintain the budget for firefighting efforts, but believes resources can be tightened up.
This is not a money issue, rather a coordination awareness issue. We're gonna sharpen up a bunch of the efforts that we already have in place and put under a moniker that we're calling SMART.
The mayor's main concerns are communication between agencies, ensuring access to water sources, and conducting controlled fires aimed at getting ahead of a brush fire. The New Jersey Forest Fire Service says roughly 60 members are responsible for about 3 million acres of land and prescribed to burn only 20,000 acres per year. They want to increase that prescribed burn amount. WABC News Time 104, sports, weather, and Wall Street next.
Congestion pricing is here. But for how long? Listen to 77 WABC for the latest on congestion pricing as we deliver access to local leaders in our continuing mission to fight for you. Tomorrow night at 9.
We have a president who has common sense, who will not tolerate the nonsense.
We will begin the complete restoration.
This side or the other side?
Any side you want. The other side is much bigger.
Other side is bigger?
Yeah.
I need to get over there.
Yeah, but watch the car. Yeah, watch the car.
In 300 feet, turn right on 7th Avenue.
Yeah, this is the.
This is much better.
This is the business section.
Yes, this is the business side.
Yeah, on the over, that's the economy behind it. You got a free upgrade. Were you watching those daytime shows or something?
Yeah, I went to one earlier today.
Who's the host?
Sherry Shepherd.
Sherry Shepherd?
Yeah. It was fun.
What she talk about? Everything?
Actually, she had Morris Chestnut. One of the actors was on there.
Turn right on 7th
and
Avenue.
then this other guy, he's a drunk. He's on the Tonight
Speed camera
Show.
ahead.
I forgot his name.
Did they give any goodies? They used to
They
give
get ready to
goodies.
give the goodies away. Now they didn't give any in my time.
Turn right
They
on
used to
West
give
23rd
goodies,
Street.
you know. Oprah one time gave car to everybody.
And do you know that they say a lot of people had problems they couldn't pay the tax?
You could get what?
They couldn't pay the tax.
Really?
Because she didn't pay the taxes. But I said, come on, you can't. Then if you had bought the car yourself, you had to pay for it and taxes. You couldn't come up with taxes?
Yeah, you know, that's something because they poor people.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Oh, this is where the whole food is.
Yeah.
So now I know.
Whole food. You know, one time another, I forgot his name, night show host, he tell everybody to get a car, and they were happy, but when they get out, they got a car keychain. And they sue him because they forced advertisement.
Ooh, that was.
A car keychain. Everybody coming out tonight, we're going to get a car. You can imagine how they're happy, and when they went out, they gave them car keychain. So where are you going now? You have appointment?
Yeah, I'm going down to that's the bus station. The address I gave.
You going home or you have
home,
a
home
sweet home?
DC.
Washington D.C.
Yes.
Can you knock on the White House door and ask for coffee or no, ask for sugar or milk? Let's see his reaction.
I don't even want to walk by there. I'm so angry.
I know, but
I cannot believe that this is taking place. Like, the United States is not built like that. To allow him to behave like that.
Mucho problema. But I'm telling you, have a video, Joe. Go knock on the door. See if Trump will give you sugar or milk. Just do a test, you know.
Do a test. You can't even get anywhere near it.
You might be surprised, you know.
No, I've been to the White House. And
Estimated
it's
time
so
in traffic,
much.
11
we took
minutes.
some kids for ice skating, hockey, and it takes so much. It takes a month to get clearance before you can even go.
Really? Oh, they just opened.
When you get there, they have you way down the street. And you have to
They announced on the news they just opened it up for tourists now.
Oh, really?
It's open for tourists. Yeah, I visit one time too, you know. They let you sit in the Oval Office, take pictures, walk you around. You like New York? No? Stay here while you go back.
Oh, no.
You can be my roommate.
New York is too busy.
You want to be my roommate?
No, New York is too busy. I have to take care of my mom.
Bring your mom, bring everybody. We live one big happy family. New York too busy. Washington is not too busy.
Oh, not at all.
This coat keep you warm, huh?
Yes, it does.
What is a tiger or something?
Actually, it's a mink.
Mink. Oh my goodness! If I'm gonna wear it, the people are gonna think I'm a pimp. For you look good, but for guys, there's no pimp anymore. All the chicks online now.
Yeah, I know. Everything, right?
Everything online.
Everything.
Amazon. It's okay, you get used to it.
Get used to it.
In half a mile, turn right on West
If you look
40th
at the
Street.
people, everybody walk by themselves. There's nobody walk together, and they're all wearing black. If you see somebody wear yellow, white, it's a tourist. It's not New Yorker. New Yorker wearing only black. Yeah, you will see on the way. Bright yellow, blue, white. It's tourist. Or out of New York. You see dogs more than kids.
You know, and I didn't realize you don't have a lot of greenery. And I saw the people dog was pooping on the street. And I said, well, what? And I looked around. I said, there's no grass. They have to poop on the street. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, They should get a ticket.
No, they cleaned it, but you know, we have
Sometimes you step on it and it's nasty to clean. And you can imagine you step on it and you bring it to the train. Nobody wants to sit next to you.
Or your car, or your house.
Yeah. Poop ferry.
Why would they do
They
that?
said don't block the box. They should get a
Why would
ticket.
they do that?
But why she's blocking the box? Yeah. She think she has a small car.
They know no better than that.
Keep walking, lady. Keep
People are just
keep
people are
walking,
selfish.
lady. Yeah, she should.
People are selfish.
Why is she standing here? Oh, she's from New Jersey. So. New Jersey people, they little cuckoo. She looked like she lost in transaction. So this daytime show, it's free. If I want to go, I need to register, like to get some ticket. I used to go to David Letterman, Jay Leno. I think they're both on the beach now in Florida.
They retired, huh?
Yeah, had enough.
And traffic is off.
You see, this is a movie set, you know. So let's take one lane and the taxi go another lane.
Games, Madison Square Garden.
That's what happened. It's, game, Madison Square Garden. Maybe some sport event or something.
ESPN is here tonight. Some games are going on.
I saw a lady wearing all yellow from far away. I thought she was a taxi. So never wear yellow. That's
tourist.
Yeah, tourist. Big yellow lady. Yellow submarine. Yellow submarine.
I was gonna walk down there earlier today. That would have been a long walk.
Walk and rain and cold.
But this morning it was a little warm.
It's better you be with me. We talk together, nice company. You got business section. If you want coffee, I got coffee. Coffee, agua.
What do you drink in your car?
Here, I got.
What do you put in?
I put it next to me.
You don't put any sugar or?
No.
Black.
Just a little bit milk.
Colombian?
No, just regular coffee from the day.
Is it Colombian? No Colombian?
It's Colombian. It must be the Colombian.
No Starbucks.
No.
It's
Just,
overrated.
Yeah.
It's overrated.
But sometimes I say large coffee, milk, no sugar. He thought I say 9 sugar. I said no sugar. He put 9 sugar.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes I ask for
Macy's down this way?
No, Macy's on 34th Street, yeah. Yeah, Macy's. You want to go Macy's shopping?
No, not today. I'm not going to give them any money this year.
Yeah, you can do it online.
No money this year.
Good. Why not?
No need it.
Turn right on West 40th Street.
I don't.
So I pull aside here. This is 40th Street. You going to Port Authority?
I'm going to the Peter Pan, the bus station.
Oh, okay. I'll pull to the side. I think they have a station here. They told you they here 40th Street and
40. What is it, West?
40 and 8.
This is West 41st Street. Is the address?
41?
That's what it says on here.
Oh,
W 41st Street.
No, this is 40th Street.
Okay, well no, I have to go to W 41st Street.
Oh, okay, so I'll go straight and maybe it's to the left, you know.
I think it was a one-way, maybe that.
Yeah, so I'll go to the left, yeah. Yeah, I think it's over there. I don't know, the address you put is different. But I'll go 41 to the left. They have under the roof. They have that section. Apple and banana.
There was a hotel was there. A Hilton Hotel was there.
Hilton is in 6th Avenue.
You've arrived at your destination.
Yeah, I'll show you over there. This is bus on the left side. This 41, yeah. Just wait for the light to change. Well, Renee's Delaware.
Do you live in the city?
Yeah, I live in the city.
Or do you live in Jersey?
I live in the city, in Chelsea.
Speed camera reported ahead. In 800 feet. Then turn left.
Yeah, see all the buses they here. Okay, thank you.
This is it?
Yeah, this is the bus.
Where do I get the bus? I don't see.
Oh, you check the sign, see what the sign is.
I came outside of a building.
Yeah, you see this sign?
No, I gotta go down. I gotta go inside.
So go inside. This is the door right there, over there.
No, that's not how I came.
This is the Port Authority.
Port Authority?
Yeah, you see.
Is there anywhere I can get in down there? Because it doesn't look like you can get in right here.
Yeah, look, you see the guy is gonna go inside the door there. You want me?
Okay, yeah, go down.
Yeah, you go down.
That door looks like it's not open.
You see, they're right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Have
you
a good
so
day.
much.
Good
You
luck.
have a great day.
I love you.
I love you too.
I love you
Be
more.
safe.
Thank you. Take care. Yeah. On to the next one. On to the next one. You want to go to Washington, D.C. Apple and banana. Apple and banana.
Interesting. For all of the experience of these eggheads in the swamp, the State Department and all that stuff, I don't know what the hell.
No coffee in Lambo.
Negotiated anything. For real. They want to show us
For
something
real?
else. Joe Biden tried to be very, very decisive. And he would also make mistakes. And he also didn't care. He felt it was all about how he looked in the moment. Does that make sense? So, for instance, listen to Joe be very, very emphatic here about the question he's asked. Joe Biden, but 8.
Have relations now between the U.S. and China taken a big hit?
No. Of course they have. Here's another one. Joe Biden coming out and doing what feels good, what's easy, calling Putin a war criminal. Cut 8.
Have relations now?
Oops, sorry. Make it 9. Make it 9.
You may remember I got criticized for calling Putin a war criminal. Well, the truth of the matter is so it happened to Putin.
This war, he is a war criminal.
Content now, please. Content Joe Biden on Putin.
Ukraine will never be a victory for Russia, where free people refuse to live in a world of hopelessness and darkness. We will have a different future, a brighter future, rooted in democracy and principle, hope and light, of decency and dignity, of freedom and possibilities. For God's sake, this man cannot remain in power.
All right, see, the Nick, he's putting himself in a box. In a total box. You don't do that when you're asked questions. You got to give yourself some wiggle room. Listen to Trump. This is actually first-class diplomacy that you're about to hear right now from Trump. They ask him a question, a sensitive one about Ukraine. Watch what he does. Cut 7. Say it, what?
It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace.
And then he pivots. You pivot. You pivot. You do the pivot. It's a little swampy, but it's also very, very, very smart. And it's amazing. This man's a natural at being president. Be right back.
Greg Kelly.
I love My Patriot Cigar Company. Premium hand-rolled cigars blended by some of the best master blenders in the industry, using the finest aged tobacco from Nicaragua. 4 different blends and complexities to satisfy any palate. Get the Patriot Cigar 5-cigar sampler pack free when you spend $100 or more using promo code STONE. 5 free cigars on orders over $100 with free shipping. MyPatriotCigars.com, promo code STONE. MyPatriotCigars.com, a premium smoke for freedom-loving patriots.
This is Judge Janine Pirro with an important message. A mom and her son were being followed by a man in a parking lot. As he approached their car, she pulled out her Byrna launcher, and the sight of it was enough to make him flee. Byrna gives you the power to protect your family without lethal force. No permits, no background checks, just peace of mind. Visit Byrna.com and use code Janine for 10% off. Remember, Byrna isn't legal in New York City or Yonkers. Stay safe, stay prepared with Byrna. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation supports America's greatest heroes, U.S. service members and first responders who die or are catastrophically injured in the line of duty. Plus, the foundation helps homeless veterans. The heroes that Tunnel to Towers supports are heroes we owe a debt of gratitude to. The foundation's Gold Star, Fallen First Responders, Smart Home, and Homeless Veteran programs honor the sacrifices made for us by the men and women who risked their lives and bodies for our country and our communities. The foundation's Never Forget programs engage people in 9/11 remembrance across America with over 80 runs, walks, and climbs and dozens of golf outings every year. The Tunnel to Towers 9/11 Institute helps educate our children in kindergarten through 12th grade about America's darkest days, while helping our nation keep its vow to never forget. Help support Tunnel to Towers and its important programs, and never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at 82t.org. That's T2T.org.
Listen to this podcast now on the Red Apple Podcast Network. One Tough Cop with Bo Dietl.
He's a personal friend of mine, one of the great actors of all time, Chaz Palminteri. That is based on a true story, right?
Yeah, it's based on true events. Yes, that's correct.
Part of the event, the big event, was that you witnessed.
That was the whole thing. That's how it all started, from witnessing this killing when I was a boy. When I decided to write something, well, I had to, because I ran out of money in L.A. I was doing guest star roles, and as an actor, you run out of money after a while. And then I said, well, so I go back to New York, and you know what? I'm going to write myself my own show. And I thought about the killing, and each week I would perform 10 minutes at my theater workshop. 10 minutes, 5 minutes, I kept piecing the things together. And at the end of the year, I had this 90-minute show that was really, really tight. And that's how the whole thing started.
And you had a lot of hair, I tell you, when I was looking at those videos.
A lot of hair.
You had a lot of hair. We all had a lot of hair.
Download all of Red Apple Media's podcasts right now through your favorite podcast platform.
The experts at NYC Pain MD, leaders in non-surgical medical treatment for arthritis pain, have a special message. If you've been told that you are bone to bone, or that knee replacement surgery is your only option, or would prefer to avoid the side effects of pain medicines, their experienced doctors use the latest in precision arthritis targeting technology to precisely place FDA-approved cushioning medicines, stem cells, PRP, or nerve blocks exactly where you need it. No surgery, no anesthesia, no hospital. Procedures can start you healing in as little as 10 minutes. Most return to work
work or home immediately after treatment with nothing but a 1-inch Band-Aid. Even doctors are NYC Pain MD patients. It's time to stop letting chronic pain control your life. Take the first step forward. Call to schedule a no-cost assessment at 1-800-600-KNEE. That's 800-600-5633. Clinics convenient to subways, bridges, and tunnels. Call to schedule your assessment. That's 800-600-KNEE.
Known here to radio act about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your family. Call now. 800-579-9068. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at PRA.com or call 800-579-9068. That's 800-579-9068. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Yesterday, I didn't get around to it. I'm sorry about that. It's a little thought experiment by the Scott Eaton Company. The seven habits. How long is this clip? It's 1 minute. I think we got time. Let's get a piece of paper. I think he wants you to pick that up to paper. Don't have to do it later. Let's see what he says. Okay, go ahead.
Whenever you bring on a new person, put them through this exercise.
People, how long is this clip? 1 minute. I think we got the time. All right, let's get out a piece of paper. I think he wants you to take out a piece of paper. If you don't have, if you're driving, to do it later. Let's see what he says here. Okay, go ahead.
Whenever you bring on a new person, put them through this exercise. If they will not go through this exercise, do not waste a minute of your time with them. If they will never be successful, if they won't follow your guidance. Here's the exercise. Take a clean sheet of paper and write down goals in today's date, and then write down 10 goals that you would like to accomplish in the next 12 months, and write them in the present tense. I earn, I achieve, I weigh, I buy such and such a car, I own. And take this list of 10, and you say, if I had a magic wand, and I could wave this magic wand, and I could have any one goal on my list within 24 hours, which one goal would have the greatest positive impact on my life? And usually this will jump out at you. Put a circle around that goal. And that's a goal you transfer to a clean sheet of paper, and then you follow the 7 steps. Write it down, set a deadline, make a list of everything you have to do to accomplish it, organize the list into a checklist, take action, and then do something every day. If you'll just do this, nothing can stop you but yourself.
Nothing can stop you. Nothing can stop you.
All right, I understand that.
All the way up.
Today's date, February
Nothing can
13th,
stop you. All the
2024.
way
In the
up.
present tense, you write down all the things you want.
Nothing can stop you. All the
You
way
write
up.
10 of them down. And then you look at the list again and you say, okay, what is the one that I would most want to do in 24 hours? And then you circle that one. And then you put that one on a new list. And then you got to do 7 things that I didn't quite follow. But basically is you got to make steps and intermediate steps and daily checklist items. I'm going to do this. Greg Kelly here with an urgent warning. While inflation continues to kill the dollar, America's enemies have launched a final attack on that dollar. That's why thousands of Americans are shielding their savings with gold and contacting the experts at Colonial Metals Group for a free gold guide that explains everything you need to know. Go to freegoldguide.com/Kelly or call 800-655-5186 for your free gold guide and find out if you qualify for up to $7,500 in free gold. Support a healthy heart. Just like the thousands that are turning to Peak Organic Fermented Beets, the ultimate nitric oxide booster for energy, circulation, and endurance. Just one delicious scoop a day. Supports healthy blood flow, powering your workouts, mental clarity, and heart health. Plus, it's organic, non-GMO, and tastes great. Join their 90-day Peak Beets challenge by visiting peakbeetsradio.com and feel the difference for yourself. Get one free jar plus an extra $10 listener discount when you get started today. Visit peakbeetsradio.com to learn more. That's peakbeetsradio.com. 77 WABC's Staten Island law firm of Julia Gentili Chime Time is 1:30 for 40 years.
Ocean Drive too. Go to OceanDriveNYC.com and you'll want stuff. If you're a policeman, a fireman, doctor, nurse, or teacher, you qualify for a limited time offer at OceanDriveNYC.com. Terms and conditions apply. There are black beans and then there are Goya black beans. Whole, plump, delicious, and loved by all kinds of chefs. The professional chefs and chefs love them so much, they awarded our beans their Excellence Award. At Home Chef love them so much, they awarded our beans the internationally acclaimed Goya black beans. Whole, plump, oh, so delicious. Find them in the Goya section of your local grocery store. If it's Goya, it has to be good.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries. So when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit ConsumerCellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and shipping.
77 WABC, the crown jewel of talk radio, heard worldwide in 173 countries and all 50 states. WABC is committed to live and local radio, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. See what 77 WABC can do for you and your business. Call 929-552-7175 and advertise with 77 WABC.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries. When's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit ConsumerCellular.com or a store near you, and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and shipping.
Do I choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side of your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery. Ends President's Day. Exclusively at the Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Congratulations to RFK Jr. Going to be the new Health and Human Services Secretary. He is the new Health and Human Services Secretary, just confirmed. And Kash Patel is like this close to getting the nod. He's going to be a buddy of mine is going to be the FBI director. I love it. Garden City native, Garden City High School graduate. What else? The Letitia James lawsuit, because this is she refuses to enforce and facilitate ICE and enforce our immigration laws. The thing I think she should be busted for, however, is when she went to a transgender, kids drag show. And she, as the state attorney general, showed up, sat down, played the guitar, hung around with children who were hanging around with men dressed as women. That is a perverted sex crime in my book. You can't do that. And it's fascinating that she does that as the city. She did it as an official act. As the state attorney general. What does the hell does state law have to do with what? It's the opposite. It's the opposite. This is so far outside of what they're charged with. Hanging around with children, promoting transgender mania. She should be arrested and charged for that stuff. And also arrested and charged with all the crap that she pulled on Donald Trump. What do you say, huh? Fair enough? Fair enough. The other thing we have going here, hey, do you have Bill Clinton and Al Gore? Did I send you that? It's really interesting. Bill Clinton and Al Gore in 1997 were totally in favor of reinventing government. They had a great big task force. They got together. They recommended closing like 87 agencies. They would have saved billions and billions of dollars.
Reformatory Academy. Join us. Weekdays at 2 on WNYC. WNYC supporters include New Jersey Symphony, presenting Bugs Bunny at the Symphony, starring the Looney Tunes in action on the big screen with the music played live, February 14th through 16th at 3 New Jersey venues. Tickets at njsymphony.org.
The AI opera Lexia, a one-act science fiction parable about artificial intelligence, climate catastrophe, and transformation 200 years in the future. February 14th at 7 p.m. only at Roulette in Brooklyn. Tickets available at lexiaopera.org.
If you're 40 years old or younger, New York Public Radio's Community Advisory Board is looking for your feedback. Are we covering and reflecting issues that are important to you? Join us on Zoom on Wednesday, February 19th at 6:30 p.m. Details at WNYC.org/CAB.
Democracy requires a free press. Your station is WNYC, 93.9 FM and AM 820. NPR News and the New York Conversation.
This is all of it on WNYC. I'm Allison Stewart. In the Bob Dylan biopic, A Complete Unknown, we learn about the songwriter through the people around him. Musicians like Pete Seeger, Johnny Cash, played by my next guest, Monica Barbaro. To step in the role, Barbaro did extensive research and vocal training and guitar lessons so she can sound like this. Thank you for having me. When you auditioned, who was attached to this project? James Mangold and Timothy Chalamet. And that was about it. They were in discussion with, they were in conversation with Elle. I'm not sure if, I think Boyd was being talked about, but that was about it, yeah. What was the audition process like? Well, it was in 2020, so, yeah, my first audition was in 2020. And you get an email and you get like the specs of the job, and in this case it was a scene, a few scenes. One of the scenes had a song laced into it, and then they asked also for me to self-tape a song. And so yeah, I went in the room with Yessi Ramirez, and I auditioned and was told I was going to meet James Mangold the next week because it went well, and yay, and then like, oh wait, there's this pandemic happening, and so maybe 2 weeks, and then next thing I knew, the project kind of almost fell apart, and I just there was no attachment to it until 2023 when I met him. A couple of weeks ago on your Instagram, you had an email that said, it was from James Mangold, and it said, Joan is yours. All right, once you get that part, once it's nailed, what's next for you? What do you have to do for research? I mean, I think I celebrated for all of 10 minutes before I grabbed my sister's guitar and took it to get restrung. I was so nervous. I was so excited, but so nervous because Joan is an incredible guitar player. She's an incredible singer. She's well known.
Yeah. Yeah. מה עכשיו ביקשת?
In Hell County, or what's like in this place. So I spoke about it, and in the comment section, a couple people from Hell County were like, that's not Hell County. What I know to be Hell County is this. And you said that this was the best restaurant, but this is the best restaurant, and this is this. And coincidentally, it was a white-black dynamic. I'm spending my time with the majority, well, I'm spending all my time with black folks. They spend almost all their time with white folks. They see Hell County as something else. I see Hell County as something else. And that filtered into my image making. It's like, oh yes, of course, it's true. I did use the language in a way that totalized the place in my point of view. I need to be more specific. What is my Hell County? I need to say it's my Hell County. How do you make images that feel that specific? How do you make images that feel that personal so that, again, you're not presenting the place as incorrect because it is actually your perspective and that's built into the reading of it.
Our guest today is Oscar-nominated filmmaker Ramel Ross. We'll be right back after a short break. I'm Tanya Mosley, and this is Fresh Air. WHYY's Fresh Air and its commitment to sharing ideas and encouraging meaningful conversations. Support for NPR comes from the station and from Indiana University, establishing the IU Launch Accelerator for Biosciences to drive healthcare discoveries and train the next generation of innovators. More at go.iu.edu/IULab. And from Eric and Wendy Schmidt, through the Schmidt Family Foundation, working toward a healthy, resilient, secure world for all. On the web at theschmidt.org. WNYC is independent public radio, free to all, but it's not free to operate. For-profit media can raise subscription fees and put important news behind a paywall, but WNYC doesn't have fees or paywalls. We rely on something much more powerful. You. WNYC's monthly sustainers provide the strong, stable foundation that makes our work possible. Not a sustainer yet? Just visit WNYC.org/donate and thanks.
WNYC is supported by Universal Pictures presenting DreamWorks Animation's The Wild Robot, written and directed by Chris Sanders with an original score by Chris Bowers. Awards eligible, now playing in theaters and available to watch at home on Peacock. WNYC, independent journalism in the public interest. 93.9 FM and AM 820. NPR News and the New York Conversation.
This is Fresh Air. I'm Tanya Mosley. And today my guest is filmmaker Ramel Ross. His new film, Nickel Boys, is an adaptation of Colson Whitehead's Pulitzer Prize-winning novel. It was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Adapted Screenplay and Best Picture. It tells the story of two black teenagers in 1960s Florida as they attempt to survive and escape a brutal reformatory academy. The story is loosely based on the real-life Dozier School for Boys. In addition to filmmaking, Ross is a photographer, a Brown University professor, and a writer. His 2018 Academy Award-nominated documentary, Hell County, This Evening, won a Peabody Award for documentary. It's an ethnographic story told through fractured vignettes of Black Southern life. You did something a few years ago. You shipped yourself from Rhode Island to Hale County. How did that idea come about, Ramel? And why did you want to do it?
I'm so bad at asking that. So, man, I forget that I did that. Even
Wait, you forget that you shipped yourself in a 4x4x8 foot box?
Up to it for about 3 years. But afterwards, in the same way that you skydive or you swim in the Mariana Trench, you take that experience in, and then now the anxiety is over, you have it in your body and in your brain, and you kind of go forward.
I feel like this just might be an insight into your psyche, that you're thinking about so many ideas and thoughts and experiences that, like, you could forget something like that. But continue. How did the idea come about? And yeah, say more about it. And why did you want want to do it?
Well, I love that you asked, because that idea is where the boxcar imagery came from in Nickel Boys. Like, that's how I came up with that thought.
Because, yeah, there's these images that pop up where you're in a boxcar and you're looking at the night sky through the boxcar. Yeah.
Because I wondered, like, I mean, the box, it was built by myself, and the design was led by this guy, Bobby Davis, who kind of runs my art studio in Rhode Island, and it's built on Alabama Railroad ties, too, which is just really, really, really cool. You can't access it from the outside. You can only get out. Because, we're relatively thoughtful dudes, and the person whose truck I was on, it was a gooseneck trailer, open air. We got him from this website, U-Ship. He didn't know I was in there.
You just said, would you please ship this item?
Yeah, we told him that it was a kinetic sculpture.
Yeah.
Because, lights would go on and off, and there would maybe be some movement, and we know that he didn't know what kinetic meant. We don't even know what kinetic sculpture means. But, that mystery will allow him to, accept that weird stuff is happening, and don't call the police.
Yeah.
But he didn't know I was in, and so we were worried about if he got suspicious trying to open it. And, of course, the liability of human trafficking, all of these law problems that we can't even account for because we're just regular folks.
Yeah.
But in that building of it and being inside of it for 59 hours, it was supposed to be 36, 38 hours, but he wasn't.
I'm going for a coffee break. I'll be back. Yeah.
Basketball is set, and so loved by my family, and so privileged in all those ways. I never had to reflect on the composition of myself, the constitution of my
life of others in a way in which you can't always through conversation, especially when you're going through puberty or you're becoming a person. So I think it let me think about identity deeply while forming my identity. And probably why I take it so seriously as a non-productive opportunity.
How would you say what those conversations you have at home with your parents and your siblings? Like, were you deconstructing, like, trying to pick apart things growing up? Is that part of anything you
I think I was always curious, and that is mom, I think, encouraged that for my sister and I. I think once I went to college is when I really started to think in a way in which the noise everyone in my family.
In what way? Like, how would you enjoy that?
Because the deconstruction and picking apart was, they were the target. Well, you have access to your mom, your dad, and your sister, right? And their decisions.
Yeah,
you know?
they love you.
Yeah, they love me, but they didn't want to talk to me probably.
Yeah.
And then of course you get out of that mode of, I began to question everything. And when I mean everything, I mean everything. I would go outside, I would read nutritional facts because, I mean, I felt undereducated. Like once I came into my own, especially as an athlete at a school like Georgetown in which everyone's vocabulary is just like, I don't even know what they're talking about. I didn't know what indifferent meant. I remember when I was walking and a friend was like, man, I'm indifferent to that. I was like, indifferent? How do you get inside something that's opposite of something else?
This was such a pleasure to talk with you. Congratulations on your nominations, and thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Cornell Ross's film, Nickel Boys, is in theaters nationwide and will be available on Prime Video later this year. It's been nominated for Best Picture and Adapted Screenplay for this year's Academy Awards. The ceremony will be held on March 2nd. Coming up, a review of the new season of the hit TV series The White Lotus. This is for sure.
Head to your pickup on 9th Ave. Pickup calling on the right. Set, let's go. You've arrived at your destination.
For preserving their shared memory of oppression and for mapping a hopeful vision for their future. From APS.
Tonight at the WNYC. WNYC is supported by the AI opera Lexia, a one-act science fiction parable about artificial intelligence, climate catastrophe, and transformation 200 years in the future. February 14th at 7 p.m. only at Roulette in Brooklyn. Tickets available at lexiaopera.org.
This month's Get Lit WNYC and the New York Public Library book club selection is the book Black in Blue, How a Color Tells the Story of My People by Amani Perry. Find details on the February 26th live event at wnyc.org/getlit.
Speed camera reported ahead.
This is Fresh Air. One of this year's most eagerly awaited TV series is the new season of The White Lotus, Mike White's acclaimed comic drama about privileged tourists getting up to trouble in posh seaside resorts. In this latest installment, whose first episode has...
Hello, Edgar?
Yeah, Colin.
Yes, thank you. Turn right on West 23rd Street.
I wasn't sure you're on 23 or 9 Avenue.
Thank you. You weren't waiting for me, right? You just
No,
got-
just arrived. But you
In
see,
800 feet. Turn right
you
on
asked me
10th
to
Avenue.
pick you up on 9 Avenue, but you're on 36.
Right, I didn't.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
I fumbled with the phone, to be honest. But we easily found each other.
Yeah.
Turn right on 10th Avenue.
You're going all the way up Park Avenue.
Yes, please.
Like you have appointment today.
I do.
Good, good. All the doctors, they're up there.
Red light camera ahead.
Cosmetic doctor, laser doctor, IVF doctor, they're all in those areas.
Yeah, they're all up there.
Yeah, Trump say will be IVF will be free, covered by the insurance.
Say it again?
Trump say IVF will be covered by the insurance.
He says a lot of things.
That's if it's true, that'd be good news for a woman who wanna have a kid, you know.
They were also talking about making it illegal. So.
Oh, the illegal, the abortion illegal. Yeah.
Well, both IVF as well.
Really? No, that's not good.
And birth control too.
Really? Oh wow. A lot of shenanigans.
In 3/4 of a mile, turn left on West 42nd Street.
I'm going to take the West Side Highway all the way up. We can take it from here.
In 1/4 of a mile, turn right on 12th Avenue.
What you think, Snowball? Well, it's all good, isn't it? And there's a monk and a monastery near here. Anyway, she wants to read him. So, we have a family road trip.
Would you please escort them to Camilla? Certainly. Please enjoy. Right this way. Enjoy. Thank you.
Enjoy. If you've seen either of the two seasons, you know that Victoria and her kin are likely to face trickier issues than the rivalry between Duke and the Tar Heel. In truth, season 3 is less effervescent than 1 or 2.
Use the right lane to turn right on 12th Avenue.
By its stars, and what starts his scenes with pleasures. I love the comedy of the raptless alpha male son, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger's son Patrick, driving everyone crazy by obsessively making protein shakes in a deafening blender. I love the increasingly fraught dynamics of Jackson and her family.
In 2.3 miles, exit to West 79th Street. Red light camera ahead.
Luxury is one of the show's selling points, after all. He treats Buddhism respectfully, and he makes a point of trying to incorporate Thai characters. The two best are the hotel's owner, a silver-haired diva, and a sympathetic security guard, whose fecklessness makes us constantly worry for him. Now, over the course of the 6 episodes available to screen, there are 8 in all, White repeatedly shows us 2 very different things: monkeys and Buddhas. This motif is fitting, for White's theme here is the tension between our animal nature and our yearning for a deeper, more spiritual existence.
Star Power with an automated virtual receptionist, video meetings, and other features to connect to customers and coworkers anywhere. Passmara.com/NPR. And from Eric and Wendy Schmidt, through the Schmidt Family Foundation, working toward a healthy, resilient, secure world for all. On the web at theschmidt.org. Governor Phil Murphy told a group of progressive activists he wanted to protect an immigrant he knows in New Jersey.
And we said, you know what? Let's have her live at our house above our garage. And good luck to the feds coming in to try to get her.
Instead of showing he would stand up to President Trump, the whole episode backfired. I'm Nancy Solomon. We'll talk about that and actual measures the state is taking on the next Ask Governor Murphy. Tonight at 7 on WNYC. Support for WNYC comes from the John S. and James L. Knight Foundation, helping public radio advance journalistic excellence in the digital age. The Knight Foundation believes informed and engaged communities are essential for healthy democracy.
Red light camera ahead.
Where we prepare for adulthood and learn about who we are. But the experience of what school is not universal and often unequal across different racial groups. Writer, educator, and sociologist Steve L. Ewing argues schools are operating as intended, for racial inequality is a feature of our schools, not a bug. Today we want to hear your experiences of school. What did school mean for you, good or bad? Email us at 1a@wanu.org. BBC News with Sue Montgomery. The NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has called for Western unity as a rift opens up between Europe and the United States on how to end the war in Ukraine. President Trump's approach to peace talks with Russia has stunned officials in Kiev and across Europe. US officials
In 1.4 miles, exit to West 79th Street.
are being allowed to join NATO. Mr. Rutte said Kiev had NATO's full support.
First of all, we have to make sure that when talk starts, Ukraine is in the best possible position. And at the same time, we are also in total agreement that an outcome has to be durable. We have to make sure that Putin will not try to grab another square mile or kilometer of Ukraine.
The European Union Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas said the U.S. position amounted to peace talks. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said this was simply a reflection of reality from the ground. President Zelensky has insisted that Ukraine must be involved in any peace talks.
Somebody wrote loser.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
I mean,
Why you will wrote it?
huh?
Somebody wrote loser on
Yeah,
the
they
top.
sure did.
Well, why he will write it? He don't like electric car?
I think it's, I think they don't like Elon Musk.
So they meant to have a private house like Queens, Astoria, it's different.
Yeah.
But in the city, it's not easy. And those charging places, they charge you like a gas. It's not free. They charge you money to charge the car.
In 700 feet, use either lane to turn right on West 79th Street.
The infrastructure is not set up for it yet, really.
Turn right on West 79th Street.
Yeah, maybe in the future.
In 900 feet, use the left lane to turn left on Broadway. Turn left on Broadway.
Speaking of Trump and Musk, they're trying to, I hear you listening to NPR, they're trying to defund NPR.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Use the left lane to turn left on Amsterdam Avenue. Speed camera ahead. Turn left on Amsterdam Avenue.
People associated
300 feet. Turn right on West 81st Street. Turn right on West 81st Street. In 1.1 miles, turn right on Park Avenue. Right lane blocked ahead.
You live in North Carolina. Fort Liberty, now Fort Bragg, is located a few hours away from your university, UNC Chapel Hill, and it is one of the largest university bases in the world in terms of service members on site. Take us back to 2023 and the awareness and response to the name change to Fort Liberty.
Yeah, I have to be honest here. I'm not only from North Carolina and live and work presently in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Eastern North Carolina, where Fort Bragg is located, is also my ancestral home. That's where my family is from. So I do feel deeply embedded in this story. And because of that, I have to be honest about some of the responses that I heard. I was actually in
Trump administration policies affecting New Jersey, and how has the state responded? WNYC's Nancy Sullivan will join us with excerpts from her past coverage of these moments. Also, the Republican House and Senate are navigating budget proposals that include trillions of dollars in tax cuts to raise the fine rent and closing subsidized homes. Brian Lasho, weekdays 10 a.m. on WNYC.
WNYC support comes from Redwood, now on Broadway. Idina Menzel stars as a woman who uproots her life after the world spins out of control and is transported to a new environment that changes her life forever.
Use the right lane to turn right on Park Avenue. In 500 feet, you'll arrive.
Wherever's easy for you.
Oh, but I take you to the answer 77.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Thank you.
You've arrived at your destination.
Okay, this is the correct location here. Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you
Good
so
luck.
much.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Thank you. Calling card. Dentist. DDS. Yep. Why they don't call it? LLC.
In 300 feet, make a U-turn on Park Avenue.
You know, we ask students to sit a certain way, stand a certain way, take tests a certain way, engage with each other a certain way, even, being inside as opposed to outside, being all segregated by age and as opposed to having elders or intergenerational conversations. There's so many assumptions that we make all the time in how schools function. And I think it's really important for us periodically to stop and ask ourselves, why are we actually doing this and what are we trying to accomplish with it? What are we doing? What are we supposed to do?
Head to your pickup at Lexington In 800 East feet, 68th turn Street. left on East 68th Street. Turn left on East 68th Street, then pick up Sarah. right on Lexington Avenue.
Atmosphere of fear and intimidation that's being established. How is that trickling down?
Yeah.
Would you mind pulling up just a little bit?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. This for Sarah, yeah. Going to LaGuardia.
Please use
Delta.
your seatbelt
Yes.
for your safety.
How are you?
Turn
Good,
right
good,
on Lexington Avenue.
Yeah.
In a quarter of a mile, turn left on East 62nd Street.
I do feel bad. But we're also reluctant to reach out to university leaders. I am.
In 1,000 feet, turn left.
I'm sorry, say that again.
No, you're
Something from Adam.
I was just saying, I wouldn't be doing that unless the school was like a discerned environment. Like, but if it wasn't, I'd be like, they can do it. They're like committed to that.
Black Native children not being deserving of care like everyone else. What concrete, tangible ways did you find that showing up in early ideas about what the educational system was for? Sure. Well, one of the quotations that really set me on was one that I first encountered many, many years ago. And it came from Carl Schurz at the time was the Secretary of Education, Secretary of the Interior. So Charles was kind of overseeing, what they referred to as quote-unquote Indian affairs. And he wrote, we are told that it costs a little less than $1 million to kill an Indian in war. It costs about $150 a year to educate one at Hampton or Carlisle, which were early schools set aside for the residential education of Native people. Winning the war against barbarism through schooling, through education. And so that was so telling to me, and it really set me on this path, on this journey that has taken me into learning so much more about the ways that these journeys for Native kids and for Black kids oftentimes converge and sometimes diverge. One other example that I'll give you is the conversation around what education should look like for Black people at the end of slavery. And there were Northern observers who wrote specifically, formerly enslaved people, they just want to own a little piece of land. They don't want to come back and work for their former masters on the plantation. And we need them to do that, right? And so there was a specific idea that we need to have schools to teach them that they should accumulate as much capital as possible. There was also famous abolitionist Lydia Marie.
Delivery for Valentine. I got dozen roses in Whole Foods for $10.
Oh, they're so expensive right now too.
Outside, but Whole Foods sell it for $10.
Yeah, $10 is a good deal.
Yeah, good deal. I guess they want to attract you to buy other stuff.
Do you celebrate Valentine's Day?
Yeah, we try. She don't want me to get it. She want the money. She said, I don't want flour. I don't want chocolates. Give me the money.
I like her style.
With the 100 you're gonna spend on shenanigans.
In 900 feet, turn right on 2nd Avenue.
Much of how people think about what meritocracy means today, but he also in that
Like, love you. I'm an 83. What's your age?
62. I think I'm back where you came.
But I'm not like where you came in.
I think so. Or it might be the same like area, but yours is the opposite direction.
It's a good flight with safe 2 sides.
No.
Mine was half empty on the way here.
My plane was on the first time. It's a direct flight to this one. It's pretty small. I think my brain just saw first class section. This is extra small.
What's your plane body? It'll tell you.
Doesn't show. For some reason, she just always has the most like
She's very particular.
yeah.
They're like models. I'm like, tell me more.
I know, and I'm like, why?
I can tell you why.
Maybe not.
No, it's not really it's not really.
Okay. Honestly, that's fair. Because I have noticed that there's certain ones that I'm like, yeah, too long.
Oh, you have a connection too.
No.
Oh, you have a direct flight.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where.
Oh, that's right. You had a connection with here.
No.
Oh,
That's
you
why.
did?
That's why I did the really early flight. Is because
Okay.
that was the only one that was like a direct. Here. Oh, it's a Canada Air.
Estimated time in traffic, 15 minutes.
Oh, so this is here to yep.
Pretty.
They're small. They're very narrow. That's what I saw. 170. Pretty excited for it.
I think I might have had that because I knew that one was like. I mean, this one is still like a two-seater, which I like that better. You know, I like it when it's a two versus three, regardless. But
That'll be 2.
yeah, but I think you're right. It was alarms on like here.
They said outright, we can do this more effectively with an army of school teachers, and that is an exact quote. And so the first of these schools was founded by a man named Richard Henry Pratt, who was a military leader, and he got this idea for boarding school based on his experience with a group of prisoners of war that he was charged with holding at Fort Marion in Florida. And the thing about this is that these were men that were taken because they were seen as especially effective leaders, that they were really effective in maintaining resistance against the U.S. military. And so they were taken kidnapped as prisoners of war. He took them to Fort Marion, and he didn't really have specific instructions as to what he was supposed to do with them. And eventually he had this idea. He said, what if I turn this into a school? And so he taught them that, being white was better, to not speak their language, and he kind of
You should during the presentation. At least for Allison, just during
a great model that we could use elsewhere. And then he founded what became the first residential school in the United States, the first of these boarding schools, Carlisle Indian Industrial School, where he said, I can do the exact same thing. I can take savages, I can take people's savage children, kidnap them, and I can teach them what it means to be white. And the phrase that he became famous for was, kill the Indian, save the man, or kill the Indian, save the child. And his idea was, I'm not just going to physically kill you, I'm going to kill everything inside of you that is of your culture. And that is a very effective
screensaver but
I mean, it is like prison riding. She's like, so.
It's one of those situations where it's like, like it's just, yeah. And like same with the chicken.
In a half mile, take right exit 42 onto Brooklyn Queens Expressway toward Grand
for you? Which section you
Oh,
want?
Delta is great.
Anywhere here?
Anywhere here, yes. Thank you.
Okay, okay, good luck. You have a good day. You have something
Thank
in
you,
the bag.
you too.
You're
Happy
welcome.
Valentine's Day. Make
Happy
sure your wife
Valentine's.
gets
Good
that
luck.
money.
Thank you. Good luck. Take care. Tip
You too. Thank
Tip
you.
the driver, wife and landlord, take all my money. Thank you. Thank you.
Head to your pickup at Terminal C, Zone 10A.
Brittany, how you doing, Brittany?
In a quarter mile, make a
Britney
side left
Spears.
turn using the left 2 lanes.
Picking up Britney Spears, baby. Yeah, Brittany, I'm gonna see you soon. Take it easy. Hold your horses. Yeah. How you doing? Dilemma to find people there.
1261 Park Avenue.
Going to Manhattan?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Estimated time in traffic, 7 minutes.
Targeting employees who were recently hired and are still on probationary status. Probationary workers, in most jobs it's 1 year. In some jobs it's 2 years. I think attorneys in most agencies have a 2-year probationary period. And so these are people who don't have civil service protections. It's a lot easier for the president to oust them. So I think that we are seeing these plans to downsize the government play out in phases. As NPR's Andrea Hsu reported, the layoffs come a day after a federal judge allowed the administration's deferred resignation program to move ahead. Authorities in Germany say 28 people were injured after a man drove a car into a trade union march in Munich today. NPR's Rob Schmitz reports the attack comes a day before the city is set to host world leaders at a security conference.
Munich police say the driver of the vehicle, who is now in police custody, is a 24-year-old asylum seeker from Afghanistan, a fact that is likely to exacerbate a heated national debate over migration before Germany's national election on November 23rd. Police say the driver approached a union march from behind, caught up with a police vehicle escorting the march, overtook it, and drove into people at the tail end of the demonstration. Police say some of the more than 2 dozen people hit by the car are in serious condition. Munich's mayor says there's no indication the incident is connected to the upcoming Munich security conference. Rob Schmitz, NPR News, Berlin.
You're listening to NPR News from Washington.
And across WMIC in New York, I'm Sean Carlson, 44 degrees at 432. New York State lawmakers are grilling the state's chief administrative judge about whether or not ICE agents are arresting people in state courthouses. Judge Justice Zayas says federal immigration officials have made arrests in state courthouses, but they're only permitted to enter if they have a judicial warrant. He testified at a budget hearing, and he says no arrests are allowed in actual courtrooms, but can take place elsewhere.
Sometimes outside of the courthouse and sometimes in a hallway in the courthouse, which they're allowed to do if there's a judicial warrant. If it's just a detainer, they're not allowed to make any arrest in any of our courthouses.
Zayas says the number of arrests has been, quote, moderate. He did not specify how many. The head of New York State's prison system is disavowing the actions of corrections officers who beat a black man to death in an upstate prison. Corrections Commissioner Daniel Martascello says a 43-year-old Robert Brooks was, quote, tragically and senselessly murdered at the Marcy Correctional Facility near Utica.
The actions of those staff members were repugnant and do not represent our values as an agency. Individuals go to prison as punishment, not for punishment, and I will not normalize violence within our system.
A medical examiner ruled Brooks' death a homicide. Body camera footage showed multiple corrections officers beating him while he was handcuffed. A special prosecutor is still weighing potential criminal charges. The union representing corrections officers has disavowed the staff involved in the Brooks killing, and last week held a vote of no confidence in Commissioner Martascello.
que es de nuestra vida. I feel as if they would kill us because we wouldn't be surrounded by nature anymore. Donde vemos los cafés que nosotros mismos con nuestras manos cosechamos, tostamos, molemos y hacemos café, ¿verdad? For example, this coffee plant that we're standing by, I grab this bean, I take it, I toast it, and then that's the coffee that I have in the morning.
It would be simplistic to say this problem is all because of climate change. Climate scientists say the data point to a more complicated reality. At the shore of another body of water, tropical birds squabble in the trees at the edge of the jungle. Lake Gatun is a freshwater reservoir created by the construction of another dam more than a century ago during the creation of the Panama Canal.
My name is Stephen Sutton, and I'm in charge of the physical monitoring program for the Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute.
Patton has no view on whether the much smaller Rio Indio Dam should be built or not. What he does have is research, perhaps more than any other tropical rainforest in the world.
Our data goes back to 1880 when the French first arrived to start doing their construction. One of the first things they did was to install climate stations because they knew that rainfall was going to be an incredibly important thing.
If we walk down a modern metal dock, a startled iguana takes a swan dive.
It just jumped off the dock into the water and climbed up on a rock. I can see it down there now.
Patton says a couple of years ago that iguana might have landed on dry dirt.
Imagine right now the water is only about 2 feet below the level of the dock. It was something like 10, 12 feet. We had to go down a ladder to get on the boat.
And for you as a researcher, is that like, this feels dire and frightening, or is it like, what an exciting thing to research?
Whenever you see a really impactful phenomenon, there's the scientist side saying, wow, that's really fascinating. But then the other human side says, ooh, that's really bad.
The drought was caused by El Nino, and scientists have not found a clear connection between El Nino and a warming planet. But Patton says there are some strange patterns emerging. The driest years in more than a century of record keeping have been in just the last decade.
So we don't know whether this is just an outlier, that it was just random, we just threw 3 double sixes in a row, or whether it represents the canary in the coal mine.
That helps explain why Panama is looking for ways to increase the supply of fresh water to the canal.
Right now, we are late by 6 years.
Jorge Luis Quijano was administrator of the canal from 2012 to 2019.
The funding for that project included half of it was for actual environmental and social aspect.
What is your message to the people in the communities who would be displaced by the construction of this dam?
We're going to make sure that we relocate it to a place where they can continue with their life and probably improve on that. They're in areas where there's no electricity. So one of the things that this project could probably provide is also hydroelectric power. They have no potable water. We'll have a potable water plant as well. They have a marginal lifestyle.
Nosotros somos felices aquí. We are happy here. Nosotros aquí tenemos el agua que nos llega a la casa también. Tenemos luz de noche, tenemos paneles solares que nos alumbran. O sea que nosotros aquí tenemos todo. We have water, we have electricity because we have solar panels. We have everything here.
Back in the village of Limón de Chagres, Alejandrina Munoz washes dishes and she prepares a breakfast of eggs, yuca, coffee, sweetened with sugar cane. Everything she cooks comes from her land or from the river. She says fresh water from a nearby mountain spring flows right into her home and pours out of the tap. If the dam is built, what will this place be?
Quedaría abajo del agua y nosotros dónde vamos a ir. It would be underwater, and where are we gonna go?
The Canal Authority told us they haven't yet decided where displaced people would be resettled. To Munoz, this is the opposite of a marginal lifestyle. She experiences abundance more than hardship. Relatives who live in the city sometimes drive here to take extra food off her hands. There's a hand-painted sign in front of her house.
Y dice, por un Panamá verde y por respeto a la naturaleza, no queremos reservar. And it says, for a green Panama and for respect of nature, we do not want a reservoir or a dam.
As we walk through the village, most of the houses have similar signs. No a los reservorios, no to the reservoir, they say. Dozens of community members have gathered in a shaded outdoor meeting space next to the church to tell us how they feel. I asked the
safety and respect. This is NPR News. New York Fashion Week just wrapped up. Big designers from across the world showing off their latest collections on the runway. Behind the scenes, the industry faced tough questions about how tariffs will shake up their budgets. As the U.S.-China trade war intensifies, fashion designers say they may have no choice but to raise prices again. Monica Miller reports from New York.
And I like to do this little wavy thing. And I'm the queen of zigzags.
Monty Foster has designed garments seen on the red carpet, in retail stores, and on the Chinese fast fashion online platform, Shein. The latest addition to her brand is footwear. She's wearing a carry bag for a small dog.
So it's got little baby blue 3D flowers like sewn on top and embroidery done in green that looks like a flower stem.
Her studio in Yonkers, New York is filled with colorful fabrics, human and dog mannequins, and shelves of buttons and zippers. She says most of them come from China because of the competitive price. One example is a school of gray silk.
So this way, if I buy it from China, I get like a whole roll of 50 yards for like $8.
Yeah, pull to the side, yeah. Here, you've been here before, you know.
I live here.
Also, you know your ABC. You have something in the back. Thank you for choosing. Have a good day. Happy Valentine's. Britney Spears.
This is going to be a long shot, being the garment workers, predominantly even here in New York, they're migrants, right? So then, and teaching their Parsons, most of the students will not go off to be garment workers. They'll go off to open their own brands, they'll be designers at brands and creative directors and things like that. So we don't have the manpower that's even interested in working these jobs. In fact, only 3% of clothes today are made in America. But according to the United States International Trade Commission, America is the largest single country apparel importer in the world. 1 in 5 pieces of clothing in the world are exported to the U.S. The majority of materials come from Asia, mostly China and Vietnam. In retaliation to U.S. tariffs, China quickly imposed its own levies on specific goods and put the parent company of Tommy Hilfiger and Calvin Klein on what it calls an unreliable entities list.
קאי, חברים, אני כבר וקאי דיברנו באופן פרטי, פשוט אתם מכירים אותי, כל הזה וכל הבלגן שהיה וכל הדברים שאני עכשיו ככה עושה, היה קצת לחץ, אז לא הספקנו באמת לדבר לעומק, אבל דיברנו. אחלה קאי שבעולם, בחור טוב, בחור גבר, חברים, משלנו. תודה רבה שמואל, אחלה שמואל, אוהב אותך. חברים, איפה ה-500 לייקים שלי, חברים? איפה ה-500 לייקים? אני מחכה להם. חברים, כמה חסר כדי להגיע ל9,000 לייקים? מי שלא עשה, בונה חברים, אני באלוהים עזבו אותה. חברים, אחלה דוד, וואלה אש אח שלי. כן, רואים שינוי? אחלה דוד, השמנתי קצת, התפתחתי. כפרה עליך קאי, חיים שלי בלב, תודה רבה אח שלי. תודה כפרה עליך, זהו תעצור אחי, וואלה הגזמת לגמרי, כפרה עליך, תודה. שמור על הכסף אח שלי, וואלה עשית פה מספיק. נתת פה אחלה פיצוצים, זהו, שמור על הכסף אחי. באמת לא צריך אחי, נתת מעל ומעבר. כפרה עליך, אוהב אותך אחי, תודה. תודה רבה יא מלך, תודה אחי יקר ואהוב, תודה אחי, מעריך את זה מאוד. אבל זהו אחי, תדע גם מתי לעצור. אוהבים אותך, אחלה קאי שבעולם. לא, אח שלי, לא, הכפרה עליך. אני רוצה שאתה תשמור גם על הכסף שלך. אוהב אותך יא מלך. חברים, כולם לבבות לקאי, חברים, כולם לבבות. תראו לו שפה יש לו משפחה. תראו לו שפה, חברים יקרים, כולנו זה אחד. הלב שלי עם האנשים. אני לא נצלן, ואני לא בן זונה, ואני לא כלום. אוהבים אותך, כפרה עליך. לא צריך, אחי. נתת פה מעל ומעבר כבר מזמן. כבר בשתיים הראשונים, האחד הראשון זה כבר היה מעל ומעבר. שמור על כספך, אתה לא צריך לבזבז את כולו במקום אחד. אתה איש יקר ואהוב, נתת פה פיצוצים של החיים, אחי היקר, ואני מאוד 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 מעריך אותך, וזהו. אני חושב שזה יותר מדי, זה too much, אחי. באמת, אני אוהב אותך, תודה רבה על ההנחה, אבל אני אלמד אותך גם לשלוט על הכסף, אחי. אתה לא צריך לתת לי כסף שאני אתייחס אליך יותר. אתה בלב שלי, אחי. מהיום הראשון שבאת לפה, קלטתי שאתה גבר ואתה משפחה. אז אני מבטיח לך שגם אם אתה לא תשלח כסף, אני אתייחס לכל דבר שאתה תגיד. ואני אענה לך, ואני אדבר איתך, ואני אעץ לך גם בלי שאתה תשלח שקל, אחי. חשוב לי שתדע את זה. חברים, חברים, 9,000 סף. 9,000 סף. בוא'נה, אם אנחנו לא מגיעים לזה, זה שפל הרמה, חברים. לאמא שלי היקרה, אני כבר 3 לייבים, אני... כפרה עליך. וואלה, אני זוכר אח שלי, אני זוכר קאי, ואני יותר מבסוט, אחי. וואלה, אני יותר מבסוט שהגישה שלך הייתה אחרת, והיום אתה ככה אוהב ומעריך, זה הכוונה.
איי.
בעזרת השם.
לייק, שייר, סאבסקרייב. קפקק קאי.
אומרים, מי זה, הוא מקלל. אח שלי, קודם כל, אנשים בני 10 מקללים. זה לא שקובי יצא לגילת הקללות. דבר שני שאני מקלל בשידורים שלי, זה בעניין הומוריסטי, ציני. זה כי אני יודע שהקהל אוהב את השטויות האלה, ואוהב לראות אותי משתגע, אוהב לראות אותי מגיב. אני לא הולך ברחוב ומקלל אנשים. השידורים שלי נערכים בשיא הכבוד. מי שנותן כבוד מקבל פה כבוד של מלך. בחיים בן אדם שנכנס... סליחה. בחיים בן אדם שנכנס בכבוד והגיב לעניין, לא קיבל ממני קללות, לא קיבל ממני דיבור מסריח, לא היה דבר כזה בחיים, לא יכול להיות דבר כזה. כאילו הם יכולים להרים את אבל אנשים שבאים להתחכם ומדברים מאותו סק. מקבלים פה, מה זה לרוב? ב-100% כולם מקבלים כבוד, מי שמכבד. כמה נשאר לנו ל-9,000 חברים? כמה נשאר לנו ל-9,000? ל-9,000 עוקבים חברים. כמה? 30? יעני, אף אחד לא עושה. אף אחד לא עושה עוקבים. חברים, אני צריך 30 עוקבים להגיע ל-9,000. 30 עוקבים, מה זה 30 עוקבים חברים? זה כלום ושום דבר. כלום ושום דבר. אז כל המנאי כאלה.
Sorry, I didn't get that. If you have applied for benefits or already have a case, you can...
תוכנית הכי חזקה ברשת צריך להתחרר אליכם שתעקבו אחרי העמוד. העמוד הזה היה צריך...
Sorry, I didn't... If you have applied for benefits, sorry, I still didn't get that. The Department of Social Services. Please listen carefully as our menu options have changed. For English, press 1. If you have applied for benefits or already have a case, you can get information without waiting for an agent. To hear information about your application or case, press or say 1. To hear other options, press or say 2. Did you know you can skip to a program menu just by saying its name? For example, for the Fair Fares menu, say Fair Fares. For information about cash assistance, which can include SNAP and
interview. Snap interview.
Welcome to the menu for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also called SNAP. We help New Yorkers get the food they need. The federal authority that allows for the replacement of skimmed SNAP benefits ends December 20th, 2024. The Department of Social Services is not allowed to issue SNAP skimming replacements for theft that occurs after December 20th, 2024. Clients can still file claims for the replacement of skimmed SNAP benefits after December 20th, 2024, as long as the theft occurred on or before December 20th, 2024, and the claim is filed within 30 days after they learn the benefits were stolen. This does not impact claims for skimmed cash assistance benefits. Have you used Access HRA or the Access HRA mobile app to State your contact information. Complete your SNAP periodic report. The Access HRA mobile app also lets you submit photos of documents requested by HRA. Visit www.nyc.gov/accesshra to get started. If you are calling for information on an application you submitted or a case you already have, press or say 1. For general program information about SNAP benefits, press or say 2. To replace a lost, stolen, or damaged EBT card, press or say 3. If you need us to mail you a form or application for SNAP, or have questions about how to apply, press or say 4. If you want to request a case conference to review an action taken on your case, such as a notice of case closing or change in your benefits, press or say 5. If you are calling about a notice of overpayment that you received, press or say 6. To return to the main menu, press or say, sorry, I didn't get that. If you are calling for information on an application you submitted or a case you already have, press or say 1. For general program, to further assist you, we will need to gather some information. Warning, the information you are about to access is confidential and may only be accessed by individuals lawfully authorized to do so. To help us locate your application or case, please choose from the following options. To enter your social security number and date of birth, press or say 1. You want to use a social security number, is that right?
Yes.
Please enter or say your 9-digit... My mistake. Please enter or say your 9-digit social security number. This time I got 131.
Yep.
Sorry, we seem to be having trouble. We value your opinion and would love to hear about your experience. Your feedback will help us make your next experience even better. Please stay on the line after your call to answer a few questions regarding the help you got today. We are already saving your place in line because you had asked us to call you back when it is your turn. If you would still like us to call you back rather than waiting on hold, please hang up now. If you would prefer to cancel your call back and stay on hold to wait for your turn, press 1. Sorry, I didn't get that. Please.
שיעשו עוקב לעמוד, 19 אנשים, תבינו איזה בושה. 19 אנשים, אנחנו נאלץ להיפרד להיום, חברים. כיס, איך זה יכול להיות? איך זה יכול להיות? חברים, שאני צריך לחכות פה כל כך הרבה זמן בשביל פאקינג 17 עוקבים, חברים. 17 עוקבים שאני יודע שנמצאים פה ואני לא אוותר הפעם. 3 לייבים מסריחים. אני מנסה להגיע ל9,000 ואני לא מצליח. מה הסיבה? שאני ותרן. הפעם אני לא מוותר, חברים. לא מוותר. אני רוצה לראות 9,000 סאב שאני יורד מהלייב. פשוט מאוד. פשוט מאוד, חברים. אחלה יוחאי סוויסה, תודה רבה. תודה רבה לכל הצדיקים שעושים עוקב. הנה עוד 15 איש, חברים. 15 איש. כרגע אנחנו על 8,985. הנה. אני מראה לכם בזמן אמת. יאללה, חברים יקרים. נשאר לנו עוד כמה. באמת. כמה. ו500 לייקים על הדרך. יש לי הזין, כי על כל ליצן כמוכם שהוריד צו 2 רציני. פחות, אתה יודע, פחות מרגיש את זה. זה לא מרגש לי את הזין. כי על כל ליצן כמוכם שהוריד צו 2 רציני. פחות, אתה יודע, פחות מרגיש את זה, זה מתאזן. מתאזן. חברים, חסר לנו עוד 15, 14 איש. כל פעם זה משתנה. אני ממתין, חברים. אני ממתין. תודה רבה, יוחאי. תודה רבה.
Officials say they will have recommendations by April 1st. Trump says one way to avoid the tariffs is to move manufacturing to the U.S.
If you build here, you have no tariff whatsoever. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think our country's going to be flooded with jobs.
And he says he doesn't expect to offer exemptions or waivers, something he has offered in the past. Tariffs are taxes paid by U.S. companies that import goods and that could result in price hikes for U.S. consumers. Trump says prices could rise in the short term, but he says he thinks they will ultimately go down. Acting U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, Danielle Sassoon, has resigned. News comes 3 days after the Justice Department ordered her to drop the criminal case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. NPR's Ryan Lucas reports.
Danielle Sassoon was appointed last month as acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, arguably the country's most prestigious. But now, the spokesperson for the office says Sassoon has quit. Her resignation comes just days after the Trump Justice Department leadership ordered her to drop the corruption case against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. The DOJ leadership said in a memo that it was directing the case be dropped but has not assessed the strength of the evidence. Instead, it said the charges were brought too close to the city's mayoral election and that they interfered with Adams' ability to help the Trump administration with immigration enforcement. Ryan Lucas, NPR News, Washington.
Investigators are looking into why a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier on deployment near Egypt collided with a freighter ship. Steve Walsh from member station WHRO in Norfolk has more.
The collision happened just before midnight local time Wednesday, according to a U.S. Navy statement. The aircraft carrier USS Harry Truman collided with a merchant vessel flagged to Panama near the port of Sayed, Egypt, in the eastern Mediterranean Sea. No word on why. A spokesperson for the Navy's Sixth Fleet said there are no reports of flooding or injuries, and Truman's nuclear propulsion plants are unaffected and in safe and stable condition. The Truman left the U.S. in September. Its strike group has been part of a mission to protect international shipping in the Red Sea. For NPR News, I'm Steve Walsh in Norfolk, Virginia.
Wall Street higher by the closing bell. The Dow up 342 points. The Nasdaq up 295 points. That's up 1.5%. The S&P 500 up 63. You're listening to NPR News from Washington.
And it's on WNYC in New York. I'm Sean Carlson. It's 44 degrees right now at 5:04. The Trump administration is suing New York over its green light law. The 2019 law lets undocumented immigrants get a state driver's license and blocks federal officials from accessing motor vehicle records. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi says that puts federal agents at risk.
These great men all over Canada don't have access to their background. They have no idea who they're dealing with.
Spokesperson for government local operations support deporting violent criminals, protecting law-abiding families, and cooperating with federal authorities with conditional warrants. The U.S. Civil Liberties Union says the law has boosted highway safety. Police are looking for a 12-year-old boy from Queens who's been missing since yesterday. The NYPD says Ethan Patino was last seen leaving his home in Jackson Heights at about 12:30 yesterday afternoon. He's described as under 5 feet tall and 90 pounds with dark hair and brown eyes. Police say he was last seen wearing a black jacket, gray pants, and a black sweatshirt, carrying a backpack. The NYPD is asking anybody with information on the child to contact their Crime Stoppers hotline. The New York Jets say they're officially moving on from quarterback Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers joined Gang Green with much fanfare 2 seasons ago. He led the Green Bay Packers to a Super Bowl win in 2011, and Jets fans were hoping he could bring their team to the promised land for the first time since 1969. But Rodgers' 2 years in New York were marred with injury and a losing record. In a statement, New Jets coach Aaron Glenn and general manager Darren Murphy thanked Rodgers for his leadership, dedication, and passion. It's unclear who will be the Jets' starting quarterback. Yakima branch trains bypassing some stops due to broken rail on a hillside. Also, NJ Transit is providing adjusted service on rail, bus, and river line service for Philly Eagles victory parade goers tomorrow. On the road to the cross from the beach to the eastbound between Boulevard, 2 right lanes are blocked. 44 degrees right now. It's going to be windy overnight, wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour. Temperatures in the mid-20s. You're listening to WNYC. It's Thursday at 5:06. Reporting from New York comes from Sony Pictures Classics with Mike Stoltz, filmed by Walter Salles, starring Fernanda Torres. A woman is forced to reinvent herself after her family suffers an injustice by the Brazilian government. Now playing only in theaters. On Thursday, it's all things considered Thursday morning with Kelly and West and on the chain in Culver City, California. President Trump is threatening war terrorists. Speaking to reporters in the Oval Office this afternoon, Trump suggested that the U.S. could raise taxes on imports on other countries to match the levies that those countries charge on products from the U.S. The president said that would give a boost to American producers. The president is working to come up with a plan to match the higher tariffs that other countries are charging and to go after countries that use methods other than tariffs to make life difficult for U.S. exporters. For example, the White House noted that the European Union taxes imported cars at a higher rate than the U.S. does. Other countries also put strict limits on some U.S. farm products. Now, none of these are new complaints, but previous presidents have tried to level the playing field by urging those other countries to lower their trade barriers. Trump is flipping the script and calling instead for higher trade barriers here at home.
אוהבים אותך, רועי פרץ היקר, כפרה עליך, ווואלה, החזרת אותי לתקופות הכי יפות של החיים, אחי, וואלה, תאמין לי, זה תקופות שאין, אי אפשר בחיים לשכוח אותם. זה הילדות, זה הכיף, מטורף. זכור להם את האפשרות להגיב למי שלא מינוי. עוד אין 9,000 משה ביטון. יש 8 ומשהו. תודה רבה, כפרה עליך, אחלה רועי, החיים שלי בלב, אוהב אותך, אחי. זה שאתה צופה פה, זה המתנה שלי, כפרה עליך. זה המתנה שלי, אחי, אין מתנה יותר טובה מזאת, כפרה עליך, אין, אחי. וואלה, זה שאתה נמצא פה זה בשבילי עולם ומלואו, אחי, באמת. כפרה עליך, רועי היקר. איזה כיף, אחי, לראות אותך פה, נשמע לך פה. אם הגענו ליעד, עוד לא חברים, עוד עוקב אחד. אני לא מבין. מה הבעיה, חברים? כולו עוד עוקב אחד. עוקב אחד, חברים, כאילו, זה טמטום. מה, לא תתמרמרו? אתם עוקב אחד, יעני, מהיעד. לא תתמרמרו, חברים. לא יפה. בואו נראה.
Forces in place and lobby in place that can work against getting those tariffs removed.
עוד עוקב אחד, זה לא נורמלי. טנס, ערב טוב, טנס. פשוט לא נורמלי. זה בכוונה מישהו עושה, חברים. תגידו שזה לא בכוונה, אחים שלי. תגידו. לא, זה אחד, אחי, זה לא 10, אחי. זה לא 10, אחי. זה לא 10, אני חושב שזה אחד. רשום 8.99. 8.99. יכול להיות שזה 10, אבל גם זה לא בגדיל, אחי. גם זה לא בגדיל. 10 סאבים זה בגדיל. בוא'נה, אני בטיקטוק הייתי עושה 1,000 עוקבים ב10 שניות, חברים. חבר שלי בשם עומר עזר תמיד מחזיר ואומרים לך, אוקיי, מה אתה רוצה שאני אעשה לו כפרה עליך? שיהיה בריא, אחי. מעניין אותך. בעיה שלו, אחי. שיוריד, שיעלה. הזין שלי. אני מצפה מהאנשים שצופים בשידורים ואוהבים את השידורים לעשות את זה. אבל בסדר. רגע, נחזיר את זה נחזיר את זה
More Trump administration news now. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the president's controversial choice to leave the Department of Health and Human Services was confirmed by the Senate today. NPR's Selena Simmons-Duffin watched the vote. She is with
בקיצור, חברים יקרים, יצחק אברג'י, למי שלא יודע, אותו יצחק אברג'י התחתן עם העובדת הסוציאלית של הבית סוהר. אישה, בת למשפחה טובה ונורמטיבית, לבית משפחת קאופמן, משפחה מלומדת מאוד, אנשים משכילים, ובעצם בן יצחק, שהוא באמת פושע מהכבדים ביותר והקשים ביותר, ולבינה יש פער משמעותי מאוד, גם בגילה, בחיים, בדרך, היא בכלל לא באה משום דבר שקשור לפשע, והוא בא מעולם שכולו פשע, מכל כיוון, בכל מובן, מהבית, מבחוץ, מהאוויר, ולכן זה רק יכול להראות לכם כמה האיש הזה באמת 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 סוחף ובאמת דומיננטי. תודה רבה אח שלי יקר ג'וני. ואני לא יודע אם הגעתי אחי, אני יודע, אני מקווה שנגיע, כי אני כבר רוצה לעוט לעבר ה-10,000. בקיצור, אותו יצחק אברג'י מתפתח בעצם סיפור אהבה מטורף. אותה אישה ליד קאופמן מתאהבת בו עד מעל הראש, פשוט מתאהבת ונמשכת לדמות שהיא רואה, לגבר שהיא רואה, והיא מחליטה כנגד כל הסיכויים, כנגד התנגדות מרה מאוד של המשפחה. המשפחה לקחה את זה קשה בהתחלה, כי מה את עושה? כאילו, קיבלת את החינוך הכי טוב, גדלת בבית הכי טוב, לא החסרנו ממך כלום, יש לך תואר, הגעת לתפקיד מכובד, למה את הולכת ומתחתנת עם בן אדם ששרוי במאסר עולם, שהוא מחלוצי הפשע בישראל? אבל גם היא, כמו שלמה טוויזר, מפקד הבית סוהר, וכמו הציבור, האמינו באותה תקופה שהוא עומד בפני שינוי והוא באמת מתכוון לצאת מהפשע, מה שבסופו של יום לא קרה. ליד האש נפשו, מתחתנת איתו בתוך כותלי בית הסוהר. זה בעצם חלונה שנערכת באישור מיוחד של טוויזר, שמחתן אותם בחצר הבית סוהר, ובעצם מעניק להם את הזכות לרצות נישואין. משם הם הופכים למשפחה, יש להם כ5 ילדים, אף אחד מהם לא עבריין, אף אחד מהם לא בעולם הפשע. ומחר, חברים יקרים ואהובים, אנחנו נמשיך עוד פרק, אנחנו נמשיך עוד מנגל. מי שאוהב אותי עכשיו, חברים יקרים ואהובים, ומי שמכבד אותי, שאנחנו יורדים מהשידור, אנחנו חוזרים למתקפה רצחנית על שי מלול. אנחנו לא נותנים לו לנשום אפילו חצי דקה, חברים. כולם דיווחים בכל הכיוונים, בכל הפרמטרים, לפתוח עם זונה בן זונה, העלוב הזה תותחת. כל מילה שהוא מדבר בם, דיווח בם. היום אני רוצה שנזכור לו 5 עמודים, תוך 10 דקות הוא נופל. קאי, איתך אני אדבר הכי יקר ואהוב בסוף השידור. חברים, אני אוהב אתכם, נתתי לכם 160 דקות. עכשיו השעה 12:15, תודה רבה, יבגי, כפרה עליך, הצטרף כמנוי המלך. עכשיו השעה 12:15, אני אשחרר אתכם לישון. מחר מחכה לכם מנגל בנלף זונה, עם כל הסיפורים, עם כל העדכונים, נעשה דברים מטורפים, ואני מבטיח לכם, הרב לא רק יעלה, מוצאי שבת אנחנו ניפגש פה לעשות טירוף. אוהב אתכם חברים, הכל טוב, יבגי המלך. אוהב אתכם חברים, ניפגש במוצאי שבת. תודה רבה לכל האנשים הקטלניים האהובים שנתנו לנו פה את הנשמה. שיהיה לכם שבת שלום. אני אוהב אתכם, אני מעריך אתכם, אני חולה עליכם, אין עליכם בעולם חברים. ניפגש במוצאי שבת למנגל קטלני חברים. אוהב אתכם, תודה רבה על הכל.
Administration is helping me with my agenda. As I stated, spring of 2022, I said this over and over again. My team gave me a list of quotes that I made
throughout the years since spring of 2022 about this issue. And so this is not Eric is joining the current administration talking point. This is the current administration looking at my talking point, and it matches with their talking point and their initiatives. And you know, we got to get away from let's just find a reason to just fight. I'm not here to war with the president's administration. I'm here to work with the administration. You know what's ironic? That back when I took office, the first month that I took office, people attacked and criticized me every day. Every month after, they've been attacking me. They've been attacking me when I returned the economy. They've been attacking me when we moved 20,000 guns off the street, when we cleaned up homelessness, when we built housing, when we recovered our economy, more jobs in the city history. They've been attacking me over and over and over again. So when you look at the faces of people who are criticizing me, it's the same people. You know, it's not the working class people of this city. It's the same group of people that is making it appear as though that they just started to attack me on one issue. They've been attacking me since January 2022.
Do you believe that you will win re-election?
Yes, because I'm going to speak to New Yorkers. I'm going to speak directly to New Yorkers. And a lot of people tell me, well, what if this one gets in the race, or what if that one gets in the race? You know, Governor Patterson knows that when you run for office, you're not running against candidates, you're running against yourself. If you do your job, many people are going to run and say what they will do. I'm able to run and say what I have done. And that's a different narrative. I've done the things that New Yorkers, that working class people need, and I'm running on one word: opportunity. I'm going to give opportunities to New Yorkers like I have given opportunities to New Yorkers. And so I'm looking forward to run for mayor, my re-election, and I'm looking forward to being on the street showing people what I have done.
And Mr. Mayor, before I bring in Governor Patterson, I've got to get your reaction. It's your first time in an interview reacting to the Department of Justice ordering the charges be dropped against you. Your reaction, how did you feel? I bet you just breathed a sigh of relief. And what were your thoughts when that happened?
Well, you know, all I can say is Alex Spiro, who is my counsel, you know, his fight and you know, what he has done. And I really want to thank even Wilma Hale, who took the first leg of this journey, Brendan McGuire, and, you know, Boyd. They had one thing in mind. They said that, Eric, we're going to fight for justice. We're going to use every avenue to fight for justice. I did nothing wrong. And, you know, no American should endure what I have endured. Giving my life to the city as a police officer, state senator, borough president, and now I'm the mayor. You know, when you think about millions of dollars in legal fees, having my phone seized on the streets, you know, just the leaking of information, just the humiliation and embarrassment, and the attempt just to embarrass me any way possible. You know, it's hurtful.
Yeah, one tomato coming up.
And I want to apologize to New Yorkers who have to have gone through this. But I was
one tomato coming up. Thank you, everybody.
And we saw continued success.
Mayor Eric Adam is talking on the phone. WABC. Talk to you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love. See you tomorrow. One tomato coming up.
The current president stated the Justice Department has been weaponized. I'm stating it's weaponized. Families who are placed on FBI watch lists just for advocating their children. Americans should not have to go through this. And we need to be honest about it.
Okay. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Peace and love. Baby, thank you for your
And you heard the president, former President Biden, he said when this is happening,